Hello, y'all. What it do? D, I'm sorry. I know my schedule's so fucked, y'all. How's it going? We are doing political debates, chat. We are trying to talk to MAGA. We're trying to talk to Trump supporters, Trump voters. If that's you, hop in the box and tell me why you like Trump. So we can make fun of you. What up, Coot? Good to see you. Nice, Tiara. Nice. Welcome, y'all. I'm going to bed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, D. Go to sleep. It's okay. How we doing, y'all? How we doing? Is MAGA still burning to the ground today? Yellow.
That's my argument.
Wow. Yellow.
Hey, Doc Pickles. I'm left wing. I hate MAGA. I just wanted to say you're doing great work, and I don't know why Dean Withers is dodging me just because I'm vegan. So maybe give a shout out. But you have a good day. Fuck MAGA. You have a nice day.
You too, bub. Thanks, man.
Go vegan. See ya, bud.
I cannot defend not being vegan. You're probably right. You're probably right. You win. I don't know. Hello. Chat, if you are a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. I just don't think there is a good defense against not being vegan. Hunt or raise your own food. That might be a workaround. Oh, did he? Trump won what? What did he win? The FIFA Cup? Trump won cry. We're here making fun of y'all. I don't think you know that. I don't get... Like, you say we're crying, we're making fun of y'all. Y'all are stupid. Trump is an anti-intellectual movement. He conned all of you, and it's so sad to watch. So sad, dude. Yellow.
Malaikum.
Oh, shit.
From Gaza.
Love you. Kamala tried to con America. Remember when Trump told us he had no idea what Project 2025 was? And then he did it? And he said no new wars, and then he did wars. And then he said lower gas prices, and they went up. Lower food prices, and they went up. And when he did that... Yeah, we're the ones who got conned. I don't care if you like Project 2025. He lied to get people to vote for him so that he could do it. It's real bad. It's real bad. It's real bad. It was opposite day. They always get us, dude. Fuck. Didn't Biden lie to say he would eliminate student debt to get voters? He absolutely did eliminate student debt. So... he did. He did. Kamala Harris never lied ever. I think her worst lie is like a 1 out of 10, and Trump's worst lie is like a 13 out of 10 or a 30 out of 10. And he's got like 700 times more, maybe 30,000 actually. He's probably actually literally has 30,000 times more lies than most politicians. And that's not like an exaggeration. I bet that's like the actual number. Kamala literally commit campaign fraud in San Francisco, and Trump got 34 felony counts for the same thing, right? And he's had a fraudulent university and a fraudulent charity and just 4,000 other lawsuits we can speak about. You guys don't care about that. That's TDS. Blind patriotism, blind loyalty to a Cheeto man is way cooler. You'll get made fun of if you're a Republican and you don't like Trump. That's why you like Trump. You'll get made fun of, you'll be ostracized, you'll be made, like, even if you believe in science, you get made fun of being a Republican. It must be tough. Do I ever been arrested? Yeah. Actually. A lot. I've been arrested probably more than anybody in this chat room. Before I was 20, though, so. We're reformed. We found Jesus. I was born again. I held the Bible upside down and I said, I'm a Christian. And then I was forgiven, right? I don't look fully locked in? Fuck, you're right. Yeah, I got it. Here we go! Chat, tap that screen. Tap it like you're tapping your MAGA neighbor's wife. Tap that shit. Hello?
Trump is pedo. If you support him, you are a pussy. Shakira, Shakira.
Get out of here.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am, but I'm gonna tell you something that you don't know. You said that you've been arrested before. Okay,
Yeah.
Let's go with that first. When you arrested, they charge you, right? You
No.
never, ever. They could put 5 charges on you. 5. At the end of the 5 charges, they only judge you for 1. So you're gonna tell me that Trump was charged 34 times?
No, he was charged. He was charged 88 times.
No,
he was charged 88 times.
No, my friend. That means
88.
There was political indictment.
Yeah. Who told you that?
It is.
Who told you that, Trump?
Are you being arrested for real?
Yes.
Are you went through the process?
Yes. Yes.
No. So, out of the charges that they put you in, you guilty of all of them?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Yes, I was. No. Yeah, I was.
No.
I was guilty. I've been arrested 4 times. I've been arrested 4 times for minor in the influence. I was arrested 3 times for public intoxication. I've had 2 DUIs. I've done plenty. All right, to be a menace to society. That was 17 years ago when I was 20.
What I'm trying to tell you is no way, no how. Okay, not even John Gotti over here in New York. They're finding guilty of 15 charges.
Okay, he had 88 felonies. Do you know what those were?
Monster.
Hey, Frankie, what was his indictment about in D.C.? Do you know?
D.C.?
Yeah.
I got no idea.
So you don't know, but it was definitely fake, right?
No,
yeah. All right. Yeah, it was all political, huh?
No, but the one
you guys know it all.
The one in New York, it was 100%.
Oh yeah. So Trump saying.
New York.
Are you talking about which one's in New York, by the way?
Insurance company guy over here in New York went to Pennsylvania, and is now in New York, and the charges have been dropped left to right.
No.
And
He was president. He was president. That's why they got charged. Dropped.
Yes, that's why.
That's why he got dropped. They dropped it. They dropped it because he was president.
Anyways, I'm gonna tell you something. You're doing a good job doing what you're doing. I don't got no hate for you. It's love for you all the time. Keep doing what you're doing, okay? But you're wrong on that 100%. Okay?
I'm glad you taught me that. Thank you. MAGA is an anti-intellectual movement. I'll say it all day. Hello?
Yes, sir. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, do you like Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why do you like Trump?
To be honest with you, what's going on right now, today or yesterday, Iran is losing approximately $2 billion in actual oil sales globally right now, right? Which means that the United States is actually selling $2 billion in oil sales.
I'm gonna help you understand what's going on, all right? You're already wrong. Okay?
Right. How are you going to help me? Go ahead.
I'm going to help you out.
Listen,
what is our capacity at exporting oil as a country right now? What's our capacity?
Right. Yeah. What is our?
Yeah. What's our capacity?
Right. What is our quote unquote our? What are you talking about right now?
United States.
Right. Does that mean that we're refining Canadian oil? Does that mean that
I asked you what the capacity was, Bub? What's the capacity?
Right. You're not being smart right now, but that's okay.
Okay, I'll help you out, Jesus. All right, Jesus.
You're not gonna help me out. This is your.
Here we go. So right now we're drilling 13.4 million.
To revive your life all you can. You're a moron.
I'm gonna help you learn.
We have control over Venezuelan oil. Go ahead.
Who's we?
Yes, we do.
Who's we? Who's we?
You just defined what we was, right? It's the United States, right?
Yeah, United States doesn't. United States does not own that oil, right? It's private companies.
We own Venezuela right now, but go ahead.
That's not true either.
Go ahead. That is very true. But
here's what I can teach you about oil. Most MAGA know literally nothing about this.
Check your sources. You'll be fine. It's okay.
Jesus,
relax. Your life will be okay.
I know you're terrified. I know you're terrified.
I'm not terrified.
You're terrified.
Your mind is very small, but here's what's going on. You have no idea what the F you're talking about right now.
You're right. You're right.
As the United States controlled Venezuelan oil because we actually took this commie president and put them in prison right now.
All right, Jesus, I'm going to tell you the nature of why you're just wrong on all this.
Here
all right?
We go. Holy
you ready?
Shit.
You ready?
Try to strong.
You ready?
He's going to try to steal man.
Are you ready?
Response. Go ahead.
Are you ready? Okay. So right now,
I'm always ready.
Right now, we have like
242 people on your line.
All right, you can come back when I'm done talking. Right now, and you can watch Mr. Global. There's a video on this. So right now, there's like 150 oil tankers that are coming to the United States to try to get some oil. Right now, at the very most, we can do 2 extra oil tankers per week in exports. 2. That's it. You don't get that money. I don't get that money. In fact, the economy is worse off because of it. Because all of the oil that we do keep here internally helps us all the way down the line in the economy. So when they make oil into lipstick, into plastic, and all this other shit, all that stuff gets taxed over and over and over again, from the manufacturing to the consumer. It gets taxed. Now that we're pushing more oil out of the United States, oil does not get cheaper. It's more expensive. And it is more in demand across the world. So it is more likely that they will see this oil be purchased outside of the United States. We'll be sending this oil outside of the United States first before we send it here, because it's worth more money outside of the United States. So at the very most, 2 extra oil tankers per week. Do the math. We got 150 on their way. They're just going to be parked there. It's going to be sitting there forever. Oil will continue to skyrocket. There's no expert saying that this is good. This is simply like brain mush MAGA talk. This is literally just you guys and your dumb crazy uncle at Thanksgiving talking bullshit. All right. What do you have to say to that, Jesus?
Hi, I'm back. If I'm back, does that show you any fear of what your ideas are, or you gonna let me speak? Because you did kick me because
Are
my
you
ideas
ready?
instill fear in your ideas.
Are
But
you
go ahead.
are you ready to respond to like what I said? You want to tell me what you're so upbeat about?
Yeah. My response to you is that considering that $2 billion that the Iranian people are losing per day because we are shutting down the Strait of Hormuz actually benefits the actual people of the United States of
How
America.
so?
Now,
How so?
how so? Because Trump has actually changed the actual social dynamics or oil dynamics of the country of the world
How does that
by
help?
shutting down, if you let me finish, by shutting down 10 to 15% of the global oil that actually is produced in the United States, right? Right? You can laugh all you want. It's okay, my guy. It's okay. I'm
You
telling you
sweet
right now,
spirit. There's no one saying this is good for
no,
us.
this is absolutely good for us, right? Reason being is that, let me ask you this, right? You can answer all my questions. Is okay. Let's show the world how smart you are. Let's
Mhm.
show 278 people how smart you are.
Yeah.
How much oil is purchased by Japan from Iran? Go ahead.
I'm gonna guess 20%.
You don't even
20% of
fucking
their
know.
oil. 20% of their
You don't
oil
even
comes from
fucking know.
Iran.
It's
20%.
wrong.
It's
Wrong.
correct.
It's like 4%, right? You don't even actually know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Oof.
Right
I'm gonna
off
have
your
to.
mind. Go ahead. Tap your keys. That's right. Look at your screen. Tap your keys. Go ahead. Look it up. Look
Percent
it up.
of oil
That's fine.
does
Go ahead.
Japan get
Right.
from
I'm
Iran?
giving you a W right now because you're probably going to correct me. It's probably like maybe
Ooh, it's actually
1% Japan,
70
right?
to 90%.
Wait a minute. What,
What did you
79%?
say? What did you say?
Wait
You
a
said
minute. Wait.
4?
Wait. Are you saying that 79% of Japanese oil comes from Iran? Is that what you're
That's what
saying right
Google
now?
says.
Go ahead.
That's what
Go ahead.
Google
That's
says.
fine. That's exactly what I told you,
You
right?
said 4.
So am I right or
You
you're
said
wrong? Go ahead.
4%. You said
4% of the global
4.
oil. 4% of the global oil right now, right? Right? Global. I was talking about global oil.
You said
Global. How
Japan. When did
much?
you say global?
Right. 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 What percentage of the global oil is Japan consuming from Iran? Go ahead. Go ahead.
How much of
Go
global
ahead.
oil is consumed from Iran?
Right now, I'm trying to help you right now. You know what I'm saying?
What does
Here's what's
this
going on.
what does this
How
matter?
much? Right
What does this
now,
matter?
All right, let's talk about that for a second right now. How much of Japan owns the debt in the United States, and how much
1
oil would
trillion.
actually? That's fine, all right. But if we were to shut off Iranian oil going to Japan, and they had to resort to actually buy U.S. oil,
They
how
couldn't.
much would the U.S. benefit from it?
We
Yes, they
wouldn't be
can
able to sell it
absolutely.
to them. We're at max capacity.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Especially,
What if I
especially
just showed you a source showing we're at max capacity?
especially when
At
yesterday.
the
Excuse me.
at the very most, we can export about 500,000 more barrels a day. At the most. At the most. And I'll show you a source on that. You guys are just dumb as fuck. Go ahead.
Host is muted me. Host is muted me, right? But especially when 50 boats redirected themselves from the Strait of Hormuz to actually come to the United States to actually get oil. That was yesterday's news. You should know
And I
that,
told you the nature of
but you
that,
don't
right? How
because
many of those can we fill up?
your life is based
How
on this
much?
propaganda that you're
I
trying to
just
spread,
told
right?
you that. I just told you
Your
that.
life is garbage, my guy.
I just told
Your
you
life
that.
is
How many
garbage.
of those oil
Oh
tankers can
shit!
we fill a week?
50 people actually,
How
participate in your
many
life
of those
because of
oil
that. You're
tankers
talking
can
right
we
now.
fill up per week?
As many as possible.
No,
That's what's problematic, and we'll
that's
send them to Venezuela so
it's
they
not
can get
true.
filled up too.
Sweet
Here's
spirit.
why: because we control Venezuela, we control Canada oil, because Canada has deferred their actual rights to oil to us because we refine their garbage ass sand based oil, right? The only sweet fruit that's coming out of the Western culture is going to be from Venezuela, right? But we own that government because we actually arrested whatever the former president of Venezuela is, Maduro, right? or whatever his
Mm-hmm.
name is, right? You can laugh at me all you want. The
Uh-huh.
United States owns the Western culture, my guy. So your
Uh-huh.
argument is mute right now.
I don't know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
Now let's just move on from your loser argument, right? Now, since the United States owns Western oil, right, and we cut off 10% of the global oil from that goes to the Strait of Hormuz, right, which equates out to $2 billion a day, right? So we're cutting off Iranian profits to equate out to $2 billion a day.
This is making
What-
Iran
what-
richer and Russia.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah, it
not.
is. It's
We
making them
are
richer.
okay. What happened yesterday, right? The Trump actually declared that the Strait of Hormuz.
I want you to watch this,
Guess what?
okay?
Whatever.
I want you to watch
What's
this.
going on? What happened yesterday, right? Trump.
Yeah, not so much. You see, all these tankers coming to the United States is actually a really bad sign. And that's because we don't have the oil to give them. We are almost at maximum capacity on oil exports. We can't physically export much more than we are right now, maybe 500,000 barrels a day. And those tankers are willing to come here and set for months to get loaded because they have no other prospects. That's bad. And there's really no economic benefit to us for exporting the little bit more oil we possibly could. You get even more money keeping it in the country. You see, once it leaves here, it's gone. But when it stays, not only the federal government, but state governments get to tax every single product that's made from it, many times down the line. There's no economic boom coming from these tankers coming to the United States. It's not a thing. In a month, the story will be that there's still 100 tankers sitting in the Gulf waiting to be loaded. That's going to be the story. This idea that we can replace the oil lost from the Strait of Hormuz is just ridiculous. The whole country doesn't even produce that much oil. They're literally coming here in hopes of getting a load. At best, we can load 2 more tankers a week than we normally do. With 120 coming and only 2 more a week, they're going to be sitting for a very long time. Thanks.
They are coming to the United States to buy oil.
By the way, guys, this is one of the world's biggest experts on oil. He's an oil executive. It's been cited by Forbes, been cited by many other reputable sources. This man knows his shit. He's been right every time over the last few years. MAGA brains don't understand oil and honestly anything about the economy. Anything at all. Hello?
I'm pretty disappointed in you, Pickles,
Why is that?
because I thought you and I had a thing. You know, the other night when Nemo was up here and Johnny was up here, and you know, everybody's poking fun at each other, all this stuff. And then we have people, because of a freedom of speech up here, we have people threatening to sue people that are on the panel.
Did you get
That
a cease
was-
and desist?
I did not. It's so insane. He doesn't even know what he's talking about, too. But dude, why? Is this how far the left will go?
You don't like how
Tell
litigious
some-
Trump do you?
No, I'm asking you a straight up.
You know Trump is
dude.
extremely litigious, right?
What's that?
Trump is extremely litigious, right? You think this is a strike on freedom of speech? What did Trump just have a case thrown out for?
So Donald Trump actually had Mr. Snuffleup, I guess, tell the United States people on this media network that he was a grapist 15 times back to back.
That's not what I'm talking about.
And he had to settle a $15 million lawsuit that Trump gave to charity. Yeah. So yeah.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about another
We
one.
are talking
Since
about
Trump's
that.
real busy
No,
suing
we're talking
everybody.
about that.
No, we're not. We're talking about the time.
One for one, I guess. What is this one we're talking about?
Okay, so Trump's got 1,000 of these, so we'll have to sort through them. But the one I'm talking about is from this week, where a judge threw it out that he was suing a newspaper for libel for his relation in the Epstein files, and judge threw it out.
Okay.
But you hate people that sue people for their freedom of speech, right?
I don't have a problem with that. I think Trump
What about
comes
suing
across-
pollsters?
I think that Trump comes across as a baby in a lot of ways with that. Okay, I don't think he wants his name slandered. And I'm like, dude, this guy's an absolute troll for 100%. He loves to troll the Democrats.
Okay.
And all it does is give him more publicity. It does.
I get that you're just proud of him and find a way to spin
dude,
his horrible antics.
You're running around, no kings. And he goes up on air and he's like, if I'm such a king, I can't even get a ballroom approach and a pass. It's just like a.
You're right. That's the deal breaker for being a king, is not getting their ballroom approved.
No, but it was just a funny little moment that he was like, everybody thinks these Democrats think I'm a king and I can't even get a ballroom approach.
Liam. Do you know who Viktor Orban is?
I know of the name. I'm not really familiar yet with this stuff.
You want to Google him with me real quick?
Go for it. Tell me what's going on.
So Viktor Orban is an autocrat that's been in charge of Hungary for the last 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he's done various things that he taught Trump to do here, like the fight against the LGBTQ. He outlawed gay people. He labeled them all pedophiles through law, made it illegal. He banned Pride. All the stuff Trump's trying to do. Trump and Vance went to go try to get him reelected. How do you feel about that?
Like I said, I don't know anything about that.
Oh, you sorry piece of shit.
Me?
Yes. Yeah, you really don't see it. You don't see it that Trump is a literal wannabe dictator.
No, but that has nothing to do with being a dictator.
Okay.
It doesn't.
What do you think it's kosher that he went and tried to get a dictator reelected?
Well, you have to look at what this person, some of the stuff he even stood for, I guess. I don't know who this is.
Yeah, I guess so. You'd have to be smart to know that it's bad. Viktor Orban. Yeah.
Viktor Orban.
Yeah.
From what country? Where is he from?
Hungary. Trump's bestie. He's been at Mar-a-Lago more times than I can count. They're besties.
And you really don't like this guy because
no one likes this guy.
Okay, you don't like him because
he's an authoritarian. He's an authoritarian.
Okay, show me some stuff that he's done. Pull up some stuff that he's legislated, laws that he's put into place.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Show me.
Yeah. You guys are fucking sick. You guys are fucking sick as fuck. Viktor Orban. 5 things to know about Viktor Orban. We'll just go to the wiki. You want to do that? He's a Hungarian lawyer politician who served as Prime Minister of Hungary, having previously held office. He is far right. He's previously elected from 1993 to 2000. He's re-elected as Prime Minister. Orban was first elected to National Assembly. After losing re-election, however, Orban led the opposition party in 2002-2010, suspended from the European Union, Christian Democratic Party. So he kind of like the same as Trump. Experienced democratic backsliding, weakened judicial independence while witnessing an increase in corruption, and the establishment of governmental agencies with stricter oversight of the press and the media. So they basically controlled most of the media. They also did a lot of what Trump's doing with like the SAVE Act. They did a lot of voter suppression, and that's why it took such a huge landmark, like landslide, to win this election. They now have 2/3, especially after Trump went to go try to endorse him. It made his numbers even worse. But he is Putin's puppet. He is Putin's rock in Europe.
So I asked you for some legislation, some laws that he's passed.
Yes.
You told me that he's kind of
outlawed same-sex adoption,
he's done a little bit
same-sex marriage, little bit. Fuck off. Yeah. Same-sex adoption, same-sex marriage,
Why
LGBTQ rights.
Right now,
they are all outlawed. He said he wants to construct an illiberal state, promoted soft Euroscepticism opposed to liberal democracy, an establishment of closer ties with China, Russia, and Turkey. The government has been accused of enriching elites associated with the administration and has been characterized as kleptocracy. Under Orban's government, Hungary has variously been described as hybrid regime, dominant party system, or mafia state. That's Wikipedia. I can just read you like the overview of the AI that just describes Hungary as an authoritarian state. That's because of Viktor Orban's last 16 years in office. That's it.
Yeah, dude, but this all goes down to what you would call a marginalized community. You and I do not agree. Okay, so even if we go to what
It's not
marriage
that he
is,
cared. It's
hang
not
on a
that he
second.
cared.
What marriage is? You believe that a marriage can be between a union can be between anyone. I believe that a marriage is a unity.
All right. Well,
Okay,
that's a
it's
social wedge issue.
sanctified under God's.
All right. Well, that's
God's
your
commandments.
superstition, okay? And you can leave that out of the
Not my
law.
superstition, dude. Let me give you.
You just said God, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that.
That's okay. Fine. You don't have to believe in it.
All right. So you're making us with laws, though, right? You're making us abide to your God's bullshit.
Dude, this country started by presidents, okay, and leaders sitting
Who are deists?
sitting in the Oval Office praying, okay? Whatever God you might have think it was, okay? They started in prayer for sure.
Cool. That doesn't mean you get to go around oppressing people with religion.
The sanctity of marriage, okay, is between one man and one woman, okay? To become one flesh. Okay, and that's how you start this whole.
I know you are primed.
Racist term.
You are primed for Viktor Orban's authoritarianism because that's what Trump is doing. That's his playbook. What's up, Jaden?
Why am I being muted?
I'm sorry to hear your last account got taken down. I had noticed that when it happened, but good to see you're back and the numbers are going back up too.
Thank you.
If we want to talk about Orban and his authoritarian stronghold over Hungary, we can talk about media control and centralization. He overhauled media laws in 2010 or 2011.
What were those laws?
Authority. So he created the Media Authority and Council, which was appointed by his supermajority. And what those did was impose fines. They outlawed and revoked licenses and broadcasting licenses and heavily regulated content. Much
Sound
of
familiar?
Opposition.
Can you tell me some of the lie? Can you tell me some of the truth that the media was telling that he, he imprisoned these people over?
That doesn't give him jurisdiction to do.
No, but I would like you to tell me the people that were in prison for telling the truth in the media that he went against.
Do you think Trump lies? Do you think Viktor Orban lies?
Everybody lies.
Should we outlaw Trump? Should we outlaw Trump media? Should we outlaw that?
Isn't that just an objective truth? You might think that it's a lie, but someone else would think it's true.
Which people on our side, excuse me, which people on our side are trying to outlaw Trump's opinions again?
That's right. You don't have any objective truth. Everything is subjective. So what you might think is truth, I say is not. How do you determine
that's a perfect reason.
Right from wrong?
Exactly. That's the perfect reason why we need free media. That's why we need a free media, not one controlled by a fat fuck who's 80 years old.
Then how do we protect anyone without actual truth here, bro?
Now you're ready to decide who gets to decide truth. Now you get to decide.
You don't. You can't tell me how we find.
Got it.
Should a central authority such as Orban be the arbiter of that?
I think that too much government overreach. No, I don't think that it's good.
Okay, well, Trump's doing the same thing with the FCC, right?
I mean, when you're talking about
the answer is yes.
Jimmy, talking about Jimmy,
not just Jimmy, anybody. He's. We just talked about how many lawsuits he's been suing the media over things they say.
I think that very, very far left individuals that have big followings, I think that if they're this is really crazy because you have to look at like Tim Walz, you have to look at the mayor of that state, and you have to look at
the mayor of that state,
the governor.
I'm sorry, the governor. No. Wait, what am I saying? What's the mayor's name? The mayor that actually came out and said, we want ICE out. We want ICE out of Minnesota. Yeah. Him and Tim Walz, they were holding hands.
What about it?
I'm saying that they incited violence in the citizens there. And you see the fallout of what happened to that.
Wait, how is that an incitement? That's not a call to action.
Dude, listen, you don't carry you don't carry arms to a peaceful protest.
So you have the right to do so, especially in Minnesota.
I get it, bro, but listen.
His legal right to carry that, concealed carry legally at that protest.
Again, bro, we could say what the officers
unless your
did.
argument
Hang
is
on,
that
dude,
those
let
officers,
me finish.
No,
you
thank
could
you.
Say,
unless your argument is that those officers should extrajudicially murder a person for concealing and carrying legally.
I never even got to what they did was right or wrong. Stop.
Okay. But they held hands and said ice out.
They
and
were
you think that's
obviously
incitement, right?
they were obviously given the courage, okay, to get out there and protest the way that they were. That man, the violence that was shown from him, abusing officers by spitting in their face, kicking their vehicles, all kinds of stuff. This was obviously the day before. Okay, that came from somewhere.
From Trump.
Wait a minute. We just saw in California another illegal immigrant tried to run an office over.
Hang
You guys,
on. Let's
wait,
stay
we
on
didn't
this.
hear about this.
Wait,
He
let's
was
stay
just
on this. Yeah, we
unalived by
have.
an officer as well.
Let's stay on this one here. Okay, we're talking about Minnesota. You brought that one up. Let's not gish gallop. I've asked you this before.
I didn't
Liam,
gish
I know-
gallop. Are you
just a
telling me I'm
second, but
lying
if
about
you're-
California and
Stop.
just what happened?
Going to California after Minnesota is gish galloping, yes.
No, it's
but
not. It's the same exact
Yes, it is.
incident.
No, it's not, because it's not the same. And I'm going to ask you something real quick.
Why
and I
didn't
know
we
we've
hear
discussed
about a
this
vehicle
earlier.
targeting an ICE
Excuse me.
officer
Are you
in
familiar with the
California a week
Brandenburg
ago?
test? Are you familiar with the Brandenburg test?
Am I with the Brandenburg test?
v. Ohio, yeah. You and I have debated on this plenty of times in relation to January 6th, but as we're talking about Governor Walz inciting violence and Jacob Frey, does this fulfill that test? That's the question to you. Are you familiar with it?
So I'm asking about an incident in California.
Excuse me, can you just answer that?
Yeah, I'm going to jump on your pivot, okay? Don't worry, okay?
Do it now. It's not a pivot. That was the conversation here.
Yeah, that's not a pivot. You're talking about January 6th
No, because
incident?
you brought... No, I'm not talking about January 6th. I'm talking about Governor Walz and Frey. You brought them up. You said that they incited violence, and I'm asking, would that fulfill the Brandenburg test of incitement?
I believe that it gave courage to the citizens to
That's not what I asked you.
push back against ICE, and I think that the citizens got violent.
I think
Okay, so clearly you
Liam,
don't know.
I want to make a point.
So am I making a false claim right now?
I want to say that in literally any time and in any other place on earth where there's a military state, especially put there by the most controversial person that we could choose as a leader, there's going to be people who oppose it. There's going to be people who protest. And if you can't get through that through your thick skull, then I don't have to tell you. And also, we can point to January 6th, and we can, if you think that's incitement, then it's pretty damning for you about Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Boebert and all those other people.
Was Trump illegally elected in this country? Was it fraudulent election?
No.
So should he be able to enact his executive orders and policies if he can get them passed, through Congress, whatever it means it might be? Okay, if they're not constitutional, okay, they won't go through, they won't pass. But I'm talking about his executive orders. He can do whatever the hell he wants to do.
So no, he can't. Hence why I said not unless they're unconstitutional. They won't.
Well, that's what we have to go to. We have to do. Has he been going against, the Constitution? Has he been actively breaking the law?
Yeah, multiple times. Like the.
So has he been impeached? Has he been impeached for this?
Him being impeached and him breaking the laws aren't contingent upon one another.
Absolutely, they are.
No, they're not.
So you can't impeach a sitting president
I'm saying you
for
can,
breaking the laws of the Constitution?
That is not a mutually exclusive.
Oh my gosh, Jaden, what are you talking about?
Exclusive outcome as to whether or not you broke the law.
Do you think his first two impeachments were signs that he broke the law?
No.
Oh,
I don't.
Okay.
Okay, then wouldn't it? It doesn't fucking matter to you then.
I don't think that the man has broken the law.
All right. So that falls apart right there, huh, Liam?
I think that Donald Trump. So you guys are not for testing our Constitution, or what? You think that going back to birthright citizenship? I know that's been a big one for
going
him.
back to.
No, getting rid of birthright.
Yeah, and he wasn't
citizenship.
impeached over that though. They still found it unconstitutional, didn't they? Or at least that seems to be where the court is leaning.
Well, I think that we might actually see that overturned. So
we won't. Kavanaugh's skeptical of it.
We'll see. I think there's a lot of better benefits, a lot more positives than negative.
No,
I think
if you have his Supreme Court justices, of which he appointed, skeptical of this case, I don't know that there's much optimism for this leaning in his favor.
Well, I can't get past, children coming into this country, and being born here, and their parents should not be here, and then
But if they're coming
separating
into this
and then
country and born here,
separating
that's two
those
different
children
things.
from their parents. Okay, it really bothers me. I don't know how
Yeah,
to get
I'm
around
against the
that.
zero tolerance policy too.
That's Trump thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but back to the violence at the states. Okay, with ICE.
Yeah, the thing you didn't answer me, did they fulfill the Brandenburg test?
I don't really know exactly what the Brandenburg test is.
Well, that was the first question. Do you know what it is? But anyway, so it's a two-pronged question here. Is the speech done to direct or incite violence or produce imminent lawlessness? And the second part is a speech likely to incite or produce such an action? No.
Well,
If you
why don't
say
we
get
listen? Okay,
out-
let's stop right there, please. I'll
Right.
let
If you
go.
say ICE out, that alone is not directing anyone to incite violence. That alone is not likely to incite violence.
That you would have to hold the same standard for Trump saying he wants migrants out, right?
Did Tim Walz actually say that I'm going to enact the National Guard to get ICE out of the state?
That's not illegal. We're talking about
I
imminent
didn't
lawlessness.
say anything about
Wait,
legal
but
or not legal. Answer my question,
That is,
Gator.
that's wait, but that's
Did he say it or
irrelevant to
not?
Yes, but is that relevant?
Yes,
to producing
he
imminent
did.
lawlessness?
What's the difference between them
Wait,
doing
oh
him
my
doing that
gosh,
and ICE
dude.
deporting people? What's the
That's not an
difference?
incitement of violence.
I'm gonna turn military against the president's authority. That's not enacting some level of violence.
No.
That is not incitement.
You
of
are
imminent
absolutely
lawlessness.
out of your mind, bro.
Nope.
Stuff.
Nope.
No, that's a false comparison. Okay, again, the Brandenburg test is not
shit.
fulfilled there. The
Oh my
Brandenburg
God,
test
this
is not
great.
fulfilled there because he's within his rights to deploy the National Guard.
Is there a way when if he were to do this and use the National Guard to kick ICE out, is there a scenario where there's 100% peaceful exit of ICE? There's a yes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
That's a yes, right? Like if we were to use the National Guard to remove ICE from the states, there is a scenario in which that would be peaceful, right?
It would be peaceful.
Yeah, there's a scenario, right, where it would.
I don't know if there would be a peaceful
Yeah, it would.
situation where, and if
They're not there on their own volition. They're there because of orders. So basically, we're just doing things with the law, not really with people's opinions.
they would have to stand down. Either side would have to stand down.
Okay, so it would be 100% peaceful then, huh?
It would have to be peaceful.
Okay, so it's definitely not violent.
Imminent lawlessness.
Yeah.
But do we really want to see that? We want to
Yes.
see the National Guard standing against ICE.
Yes.
That's
yes.
what we want to see.
Trump's secret police? Yeah.
You're a fool. You're an absolute fool.
Yeah. Can you tell me the benefit of ICE again?
Guess who won this election? So check this out, Pickles.
Who has lost?
Check this out.
Who's lost?
Listen,
the past
I am
special
part.
elections?
Hey, I am part of the.
You guys
party.
fixate on the past.
Hang on. Why do you keep talking over
You lose
people,
sight as to
Jaden?
where you're at now. Your party is losing. Your party's in a historic decline. Why is it that you aren't advancing in the special elections, the off-year elections? You have done poorly. You've exceeded expectations in how terrible your.
The whole world hates us.
You know why?
The whole
You know
world.
why? Because people that honestly, they can't see past their nose, okay? And all they
You can't see past 2024.
I'll tell you what people can't see. They listen to these people on these Democrat lives, okay, on TikTok. Not everybody gets their news there, right? But let's just say, let's just talk about the TikTok people, okay?
Yeah,
What they
of
see,
course, because that's totally relevant, right?
what they see is people saying Donald Trump is taking all the SNAP benefits and there's children starving.
Mm-hmm.
When the epidemic in this country is obesity in children, and it's not children starving.
1 out of every 5 children go to bed hungry. What the fuck are you talking about?
Shut up, bro. You know how many kids are obese in this country? Stop it.
Well, I'm talking about data. You're talking about bullshit.
No, you're talking about
obesity
elections,
doesn't
and I'm
cancel
talking
out
about health.
malnutrition.
I'm talking about
Well,
health.
that's a
You're
pivot.
talking about elections. That's what's going on.
We were talking about Minnesota, weren't we?
No, you're talking about you guys playing into people's emotions and trying to pander for votes, okay?
Yeah,
It's a joke.
that's totally
It's
not what
despicable.
y'all do. That's totally not what y'all do with migrants, demonizing them for 10 years, demonizing migrants and trans people.
Make
you guys,
sure you partake
Let's
in
see
your
here.
local
Disney,
elections.
DEI,
Make sure
affirmative
you
action,
partake in your
Starbucks
local
cups,
elections, people.
NFL, Nike, sneakers.
every single thing that y'all have done as a policy after your emotional takes on these things has been negative for the economy and for the well-being of society. It's totally just torn apart families and communities. We got people just being ejected into third world countries. You guys are fucking stupid and horrible. Everything that y'all have done is negative for the economy. Every bit of it. Really bad. Really bad.
I have a question for you. If you could enact law that would not allow people like me to voice my concerns about the LGBTQIA plus community, would you be for that?
No.
Why not? Because does my speech harm the LGBTQIA?
Yes.
So it harms them. So you don't want to stop me from harming people?
Are you trying to bait me into being anti-First Amendment?
No, I'm asking you a question.
It's already illegal to incite harm, so that's already illegal. But if you simply are just bigoted and you're using the Bible to hate gay people, we can't stop you from doing that.
So concern out of I would call it love and actually caring for someone. You call it what? Bigotry, hate, all these terms. That's what you call it?
Yeah.
How is it loving to say that you would negate one's right to exist?
Jaden, I'll tell you how it is. Jaden, to feel right in your own body, and in order to feel right in your own body, Jaden, you had to consume pregnant female horse urine. Would you do that?
Dude, he did this yesterday, and like 5 minutes later, he admitted that he does.
I know what?
Hey, Liam, do you ever take testosterone?
Jaden, please answer my question.
Liam, do you ever?
Not a real question.
You never taken testosterone?
No, it is a question.
You ever taken tests?
To feel right in your own body, would you consume pregnant female horse urine?
I can do this all day. Hey, would you
Is
to feel?
Jaden?
I know you want to duck this, but would it make you feel better if we injected
bleach?
Well, no, I'm saying let's fetishize what they use.
When I ask him questions?
Let's fetishize what they use to make vaccines, which is like eggs. Do you think you'd be better if you injected eggs?
Gosh, that was such a good one.
It was
for you, Pickles.
It was.
Yeah, if they were like deviled eggs. Yeah,
Did you know that like cereal that you feed your children has like dead bugs in it for coloring? Would you do that?
My child has never eaten cereal.
Okay. Do you think your child's ever consumed something with
cereal is actually garbage?
Okay. Has your child ever consumed something with the red dye they use on Skittles? That stuff?
He's only consumed the Holy Spirit. That's it.
A whole fat.
Damn, he must be starving.
He's not starving for the truth.
Oh.
No, he's not getting that.
He may be hungry, but he has the truth.
Okay.
No, my kid's not hungry. Dad actually works for a living.
You still feed your children?
Okay.
I do. I get out every day and bust my ass for my family that I'm blessed to have.
What do you do? Like, I have to wonder who tolerates you for 8 hours out of their day for money.
Believe it or not, I'm a very fun person, dude. I think that all of us put on sort of, I think we get to voice all of the stuff that we have deep down that we don't really go out there and podium ourselves, Monday through Friday. There's a lot of concerns that we have, and we voice it here on TikTok.
I think it's the opposite. I think that you guys come to us like a raccoon digging through the trash with misinformation and opinions directly from the president and the Republican Party. You don't really have any original ones.
We all have misinformation at one point or another, dude. No. Stop it, okay?
It's whether or not we correct that, and typically you don't. In fact, almost everyone who has spoken to you can pretty much say that the conversations they've had with you ad nauseum are pretty much cyclical. That you have never at any point admitted fault or conceded any argument, have said that anything you've previously believed was wrong. You've not done that. We've all shown the capacity to learn and to change our positions, but
I've done that a lot more than you have, Jaden, for sure.
Now, give me an example of when.
Actually, yesterday, I think it was. Let me tell you exactly what I spoke on. A couple things. I was on what's the Canadian live? What's her name? Danielle's live. And I misspoke the day before, and I brought it up in her live, and I was like, "Hey, I want to apologize to one of the panelists. Like, hey, I was wrong in what I said," and asked for a little bit of forgiveness there. So I think I'm finding some humility. I'm trying at least.
On what?
What's that?
On what?
What was the topic?
Yes.
I don't remember, dude, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, then this is pretty non-specific now, isn't it?
Yeah, it was well, I thought I was wrong about something. I was actually right.
So you remembered the emotions you felt more than the actual information that was important.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean,
okay.
What does it matter?
Nonsense.
I don't want to go
because
into
the
it.
whole argument.
The only reason I'm not bringing it up is
information.
The only reason I'm not bringing it up is because I don't want to turn this into another debate. Okay,
it's not going to be a debate if you changed your mind.
It wasn't, but you're still probably not going to agree with it, and I don't want to bring it up.
You wouldn't even tell me what it was.
Yeah, it's not your business, or I would have brought it up to you.
Hey, Liam,
you said you didn't remember it. Now it's none of my business.
I don't like to carry on conversations from like the day before.
Yes, you do. You have fucking relitigated conversation from 2 years ago.
Oh no, you're the one that follows me around.
No,
he's racist. He's racist.
You are.
He's racist.
You are.
Okay, that's you, bro.
Today.
Yeah, what's crazy too is I did apologize to you because you pissed me off.
You didn't.
Too. So what are you saying? You've never apologized to me about shit, dude.
What do I have to apologize to you for?
Nothing, because you're perfect.
Exactly. What do I have to apologize
There you go.
for?
Yeah. Democrat. Perfection.
Okay, what are you saying that I need to apologize for?
Nothing, bro. You're perfect. You don't need to.
Be specific. Don't be facetious with me.
Sound like
You think I owe you an apology?
I've listened to my parents fighting my whole life, and that's always the telltale sign of someone losing. You're right. I'm wrong. Like the victim thing. Liam, grow up. Grow up, man.
I am grown up. I'm a family man. I'm way grown up, bro. I'm more grown up than
I think you're emotionally like 16.
I have people who rely off of me.
I'm the most grown up person who's ever grown.
Yeah, I have people that literally,
from the standpoint of growth,
look
I'm
up
the
to
uppest.
me on a daily.
I've upped growth.
And
more
need
than
me
anyone's
around.
ever grown up.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
I'm sure that more than more of those people probably don't like you, Liam.
I'm speaking about my kids and my wife, but
I am too.
Love me. That's fucking gross, Pickles, for sure, dude. Yeah, you know what? I think you guys would want to talk about this. What is your thoughts on Trump's True Social picture that he posted out there?
I think that it's sad that it took a weird picture of Jesus for a bunch of MAGA to finally realize how fucking horrible he was. I think it's fucking insane.
It actually
I think it is such a ridiculous level of gaslighting for him to suggest that he was merely pretending to be a doctor.
How do you feel about that?
I haven't done extensive research, but I will give you my thoughts. I'm going to give you all
what kind of extensive research needs to be done there, dude?
So I will say that it wasn't a depiction of Jesus for one thing.
Oh my god, dude!
It was a doctor for sure. Yeah, he heals. For sure. Listen, he heals people. Okay?
Oh my god!
Actually, he heals people very bigly.
You guys aren't delusional at all, dude. You guys are not delusional at all.
Dude, I think that Trump
is a doctor costume for you.
I would say that I would like to check his cognitive ability sometimes, okay? Because he's such a troll. But listen,
he's not trolling. He's not trolling. Was he excited? Was he excited about the outrage on his own Truth Social? There are people out there, I've saw doom scrolls of it, of people that are MAGA on Truth Social saying, I regret my vote. This is horrible. This is blasphemy. This is the breaking point. As dumb as it fucking is, as somebody who is not religious, that's so fucking stupid that this is what it took.
Conservative. What's that conservative like podcaster? What's her name? Gaines, right? You guys know who she is?
Riley?
Yeah. I didn't even know who that person really was, right? And then she came out and was like, God will not be mocked, this and that. And then did you see her full on after that? She was like, I have all this left media trying to say you need to turn against Trump, you need to do this, you do that, and we just want to hear your voice. She's like, I'm not turning against the president, okay? I actually love my president.
Okay.
I just think that he should use some tactics, sometimes.
And Lauren Kelly and Tucker Carlson
I
and
honestly
Alex
think that
Jones and all
Alex
these other people.
Jones, Fuentes, yeah.
Those are juggernauts, brother. Those are juggernauts. You guys won by 1.7%. Do you think that 1.7% still exists?
I think it's bigger than that now.
Oh God.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
It's a lot bigger. I mean, look what you have. Look who you have.
Yeah, I have you in my box. That's it.
Gavin Newsom. Who do you have?
We are not submissive to authoritarian figures. We don't need somebody to tell us what to think. We don't need people to tell us what to think. We have our own ideas.
You have good candidates, dude. You don't.
Well,
we have Pete Buttigieg.
It's 2026.
Yeah, we don't. People don't run for president like for 4 years like Trump does. That's weird.
Yeah,
it's fucking weird.
Yeah, but dude, this is the thing for me. I put all of the groypers and everybody and all in the same group outside of the person that is actually elected that's in the seat.
Yeah, and those people
I think
are voters.
All anti-America, all of them. Okay, I don't care.
They're your voters.
The elected officials are there for a reason. The power of the people voted them in, and I don't give a shit what everybody else says. If he really is that bad, and you can actually literally take him out of office, which you've been trying to do for sure, okay? Been trying to deport.
He's having a hell of a go at it. He's having a hell of a go at it, trying to do the president thing.
You think he's good right now?
Yeah, I think he's great right now.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Did you have something in your mouth? Was there something in your mouth there?
I think we have 120 ships coming towards the United States wanting to give us a lot of money.
Liam, how dumb are you, dude?
Did
you not just watch my video? Did you not just watch that video, Liam?
No, I don't give a shit about that. It's probably the same guy that said Donald Trump would never be president. Yeah, I don't care. Don't care.
What?
You really don't understand how money works, do you, Liam?
I guess I don't.
Liam.
Coming from a guy that's really never made any, why don't you teach me, Nemo? Come on. 20K a year.
So the ships.
Teach me how to be a successful businessman, Nemo.
Okay.
I'm going to mute up.
Happy
I'm going to mute up. I'm going to mute.
Are you going to give me the silent treatment
Faster.
now, Nemo? Oh, damn. Okay. So it was like, what, 100 ships are coming here to give us a lot of money? Who are they giving the money to?
Whoever is going to be giving them the oil.
Oh, okay. Who's that?
It could be Canada. It could be the U.S.
No. I want a name of the person receiving a check for this. Is it the United States government? Is it Trump? Or is it some private company owner?
Hopefully it's a private company.
What do you mean? Hopefully, it's always going to be a private. Do we have nationalized oil?
Listen, if we don't want the Democrats' greasy fingers to grab it and send it to issues abroad, then yeah, we're going to need to.
You're talking specifically about us sending it abroad.
For sure.
You silly goose. You're literally talking about sending our oil abroad right now, and you're jumping for joy. You dumb fuck.
Oh my gosh.
Also, you said pay down the debt, boys. If it's going to private companies, that's not money that the government can use.
Oh, the government can't use that money? What's it going to do? Is it going to sit privately somewhere and then Trump is going to have access to it for extra golf tours or something?
Probably, yes.
Ever have access to it?
Probably, yeah. Oh my god.
What mechanisms would give him access to it?
Oh shit.
Do you really think that Trump's oil executives that he talked to before Venezuela and after Venezuela, before Congress, before anybody, these were the people he had in mind when he did Venezuela? What do you think? We have a video of him. We have a video of him in a room in a private meeting, raising money, telling oil barons, if you give me $1 billion, I'll do whatever you want me to. And here we are. Here we are.
It's fucking incredible watching your chat just try to dox me.
Is this you coping?
Wow.
No, I just love the
Who's
Democrat.
doxing you?
I love the Democrat Party down here. It's
Okay,
despicable,
so this is
man.
you. This is you trying to change.
Dude,
the subject.
you're sitting here
again.
trying to figure out how
No, you've
Viktor
done,
Orban's
Nemo,
not so
you've
bad.
done it yourself. You're a troll.
I've done it myself.
Yeah, you're like a 15K a year guy, okay? And
Okay.
I've called you out and exposed you, and you literally hated me for it. You doxed me.
Kelly
You
boys,
did
man.
everything you possibly
This
could
is some crazy
because
fan
I
fiction.
literally got under your skin, bro.
Wait, weren't you just talking about how you don't bring up conversations from past lives? What in the fuck are you talking
Yes.
about right
No,
now?
your
Liam?
entire chat, dude, is literally inappropriate, okay? Over here.
Dog,
Kelly
they're
boys
just
fan,
trying to
is
be
that
like
you?
Trump, right?
Is that your band?
Isn't Trump the one who
you.
championed this type of attitude, the fuck your feelings, calling people's wife a dog in the middle of an argument? Isn't that the guy who won
I don't
presidency
have
that you
any
guys
pro-
voted
dude,
for?
Hey, wait a minute. Freedom of speech, bro. You can say whatever
now
you
you're
want
for it.
about the
So what's wrong with them
president.
plugging your band?
Listen, you can say whatever you want to say about the president. But listen, your party loves to come after people with violent tendency, okay? You look at Trump, okay, campaigning in Butler. What happened after Joe Biden said this man needs to be in the bullseye, okay? Then you
That's
look
so
at
weak.
Jesus.
That's
then
so
you
weak.
look at Charlie Kirk,
That's
okay?
so weak.
All the bullshit.
What about the data?
You guys literally need to be stopped, dude.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Liam,
wasn't he was not a Democrat.
first of all, Liam, I don't know how many times you've been shown this chart, you sweet little
Can't
soul.
do it.
But there's no data on your side that says that the left is more violent than the right. It's 70% on the right. 70% of domestic terrorism, violence, and murders are on the right because of the rhetoric Trump champions.
Wow.
Is this you in this band?
Yeah. Honestly, I should probably send you a bill, Liam. Like I plug your band.
Thank you, Nemo. I appreciate it. I know that you have a lot of love for me, and you plug the band.
Yeah,
You're
I do.
You're a fan. You wear the merch too, don't you?
Massive fan. Absolutely.
Cool.
So about those oil tankers.
You know, you could probably sell my band merch and make triple what you make a year on TikTok.
Okay.
I know for a fact you could. You could.
So why don't you do that?
I do music is fun. It's not really something that I try to make major revenue
Yeah,
off
but I mean,
of.
like, if it's so easy and you're taunting us for how little we make, why don't you prove it? Put your money where your mouth is worth and sell.
Because, dude, I literally have I ever been the guy that's come up here
Okay.
and asked for gifts, collect gifts, or anything?
None of us here have asked for anything.
Do you think I asked for gifts? You
No, I
realize
don't
how
think.
much of a cut TikTok takes from gifts? Dude, like
Right.
that's fucking crazy. I would never ask for gifts.
Do you have a Cash App in your bio?
Of course I do. And
Okay.
a PayPal. And a Venmo.
I want to read a Elon Musk quote from the other day. It says, "Whoever said money can't buy happiness really knew what they're talking about. Even the richest man in the world, with your politics, is the loneliest, saddest creature among us."
Yeah, money doesn't buy happiness. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
and
I'll
I'm
agree
sure
with that.
you're gonna go back to being Christian 5 minutes after you shame poor people here on my live, huh?
Shame poor people? Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, you're
No, I'm
shaming poor
saying
people.
get off your fucking ass and go get a real job is what I'm
There
saying.
you go. There you go.
Yeah,
Is this your
TikTok.
job?
TikTok is not a real job.
Got
Got
it.
it,
Is
ladies?
this your job? What is a real job?
A real job is actually doing something that is physically demanding, where you don't have to literally be on your ass constantly. You could be playing video games or making money on TikTok. To me, it's not a job.
You just like to
So
see
are
people
Are you saying
suffer.
that- Are you
What
saying
is
that the
physically
president of the
demanding?
United States is not a real job?
When you guys have to literally, when you have to disrespect the president of the United States so that you can make money on TikTok, yeah, I don't think it's really honorable. Sorry.
Dude, I would have been doing this in 1930s Germany. I would have been doing
Dude,
this in
listen,
Italy. I would have
Harris-
been doing this at any point in time where I disagree with the government. This isn't about Trump. He's just the easiest person to make a living off of because I'm literally the dumbest person in politics. I literally didn't even know what a Republican was like 4 years ago. And I feel like the smartest man on earth talking to y'all every day.
Do you have,
Every
like, an
day.
accountant
Dude,
or
if
an
Kamala
insurance
Harris
agent?
would have been elected to run this country, You would have never seen me whining on TikTok like this. You would have never
That's a
seen
lie.
it.
Y'all were there
Whining
all 4
before
years,
the
Biden.
It's a fact, dude. I'm
You were
not
crying
telling you
all
that.
4 years of Biden, Liam. I saw you. I watched you. You were crying all day.
I would have been upset by the outcome, but I would have pulled up my bootstraps.
You
and I
cried
went to
for
work.
4 years about not winning the election. All of y'all did.
Dude,
You
if
all
American
cried.
people wanted to elect the Democratic Party, it is what it is, bro.
Are you ducking that? You guys all cried for 4 years along with Trump? 4 years, all year. All of you.
I didn't cry for 4 years.
You all cried
You absolutely
collectively. You had prayer circles.
I mean, I didn't enjoy the auto pin. No, I'll be honest with you.
There
You
it is.
poor dude. Do you know that investigation is gone, right? You know that was just another piece of propaganda he fed you.
No, it's not. His picture is sitting in the White House right now in the hallway.
Oh, that
It's an
solidifies
auto
it.
pin.
That solidifies
Yep.
it.
Oh, damn. Check that out.
He's real mature.
Nice.
What Trump does.
Liam, you're whining right now, and Donald Trump is president. You telling
not
me you
whining.
wouldn't be crying
Yeah, why don't you
when
like
Harris was
shut up
president? Really?
now that he's president? You're getting everything you want.
Okay, you're right. I actually listened to that. You're right. I am getting everything. I'm not getting everything I want. I would never get everything I
Well,
want.
why are you whining?
I'm not whining, dude. I'm just
Yes, you do. You
contending. I'm
consistently come into
contending
these
with the
lives
left.
and whine.
I'm contending with the left that's miserable.
You
That's
are
all
not
I'm doing.
You are not a contender. Do not give yourself that much credit.
I'm not the one that needed backup dancers up here because he gets dog walked constantly.
My
Nickel's the
platform
guy.
is 99% me 1v1ing, pretty much punching a baby as
Until
Mike
I
Tyson.
come up on the panel, yeah, and then you.
But
have to
you were
stack
talking
it.
to him solo for several minutes, were you not?
Yeah, and he got heated. He started sweating, and his his
Because
palms
you're
were
sitting
sweaty.
there dancing around how Viktor Orban's just kind of an okay guy, and that my differences with him are simply because the LGBTQ community. No, it's because
you started-
his politics, which he trained Trump on, are
You
disgusting.
started cussing me out because of the LGBTQIA.
No, because of Viktor Orban.
happened.
You're like, I just don't know. I don't know. He's not that bad, and you're sitting there trying to adorn some of the things he
No,
did,
I
like they're
just
not
told
bad.
I said I want to give me some cases, give me some law, give me some
Yeah,
stuff. That
dude,
he's
you
done.
you are
You couldn't
disgustingly.
you couldn't cite me anything that Viktor Orban has done that has been devastating.
What?
Yeah, I still am yet to hear anything that's like crazy, seriously crazy.
That's the thing. It won't be crazy to you.
Is
You
he? So is it?
normalized it.
Is he rounding up the LGBTQI and
Yes.
imprisoning?
Yes,
them?
actually, yes, he is.
Actually,
Yes,
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 he is.
yes, he is. You fucking imbecile.
Show me that. Show me right now.
Oh my god. Yes, he made laws that outlawed LGBTQ plus. Yes,
Outlawed him. How are
he
they-
wrote a law saying you're a pedophile if you're LGBTQ.
And what did that do? And what did that do to the community? Are they in prison right now?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
This is
Fucking God,
punishable
you got-
by
This
imprisonment.
is such bullshit, man. Stop it, dude.
I'll read it to you. The fines on businesses, shops can be closed for up to 90 days. Media broadcasters can face temporary or permanent suspensions. Individuals can face professional sanctions, fines, or imprisonment.
Yep.
Well, you know what?
There's the 2025 Pride Ban Law, Constitutional Amendment, 15th Amendment to the Fundamental Law, further entrenches this by prioritizing, quote, a children's right to physical, psychological, and moral development over rights and recognizing only two sexes as declared as birth.
Love it.
Police
Love-
can use
I
facial
agree with all
recognition
that.
Police can use facial recognition technology to identify organizers and participants of banned events. Penalties. Administrative fines of up to $500, roughly 200,000 Hungarian forints.
State surveillance on gay people. State surveillance. That's not that bad.
Oh, they said that there's laws that you can't have these
Constitutionally banned
you can't
marriage.
have these parades, okay? If you break these laws, then you can
That's an affront to free speech, is it not?
I mean, those are the laws in that country.
Oh god, dude. What a simp.
But
What a
you don't
simp,
believe
dude.
that.
Those are just the laws in North Korea. It's just the laws in North Korea. You better respect them, dude.
Do you think that people who are actively harm children should be sought out?
Yeah, they're mostly in churches.
True.
I would agree with you that they've definitely been in church.
Should we outlaw churches here?
Do you think that? So you think there's been some issues with the clergy?
Yes.
So you think clergy accountability is a serious thing?
I think we should outlaw it. I think we should stop kids from learning religious stuff before they're 18, maybe even 25.
Do you think
won't find so much as a
do you think that
contingency plan.
prosecutors in California should actively open up cases on the clergy?
They already do have those cases and have prosecuted.
Why did Kamala Harris get called out in California for not opening up the cases? Why don't you look up?
Is this going to be a bigger or smaller scandal? Is this going to be
accountability? California, Kamala Harris.
Is this a bigger or smaller scandal? Is this a bigger or smaller scandal than Epstein?
No, you wanted to talk about these issues. Let's talk about.
I know. Is this a bigger or smaller issue than Epstein? Because Trump is doing this for Epstein right now.
Here comes the Epstein shit. No, stay on topic, little fella.
We're talking about people protecting pedophiles. This would be a Trump thing. Trump holds the crown.
Woman who almost became president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Clergy accountability in California.
We've heard it.
Kamala Harris.
It was the Constitution in the state of California that protects these people. There was a constitutional amendment that says you cannot do this to protect the victims. Sorry, Liam.
Oh, darn it. You know how many
also,
do you know how many clergy hang on. Do you know how many clergymen in California are actually prosecuted by Kamala Harris in her entire run in law in Cali?
How many?
Tell me how many. Fucking zero, bro. Zero.
All right, but this isn't an issue that's solely tied to Kamala Harris.
You guys, man.
What is Donald
Victor
Trump and his...
Orban, Victor
Wait, what is Donald
Orban?
Trump
Who
and his
cares about
Justice
the kids
Department
in
doing to combat this
California?
nationally?
Who cares about the kids?
What is Donald Trump? Who said? I never said that. I said that this issue does not lie solely with Kamala Harris. In fact, would predate her by several decades. But what has this administration done, or the previous Trump administration done to combat?
Oh yeah,
this?
she failed to help change the law.
Why are you not answering the question?
Wait, no, I'm
what
answering your question
administration
directly.
done
So yeah,
to
it was
target this.
So you could anything past 26 years, you could not go back. But the law was actually changed where you could go 40 years back. Okay, and still prosecute.
Does that answer my
she
question?
Didn't help
what is the
with.
Trump administration?
She didn't help with that law
what is the
at
Trump
all,
administration that controls the Department of Justice nationwide done?
Are you not wanting to believe victims? Is that what you're doing, Jaden?
You don't believe E. Jean Carroll.
I'll believe her right now. You're telling me you don't want to believe.
No, but
you don't want to believe the victims of the clergy.
You don't.
Are you telling me this? You don't want to believe the victims of the clergy that actually called out Kamala Harris?
I do. Who says that I don't?
Okay, cool.
But I'm saying
we can condemn
an issue that is solely tied to Harris.
We can condemn this, and also this. You're reaching back to 2017. Right now, we have Trump and Pam Bondi and whoever the fuck else is now the AG. We have all of these people who have seen the faces of people harming children directly. These people walk free amongst us. There's not a single investigation. There's not a single arrest. There's no intent to. They have talked about making it go away. Trump wants this to all go away. What do you think is worse? The person holding this and gatekeeping this right now for the world's largest child sex trafficking ring in United States history. What's worse? That or a fumble by Kamala a couple of years ago? What's worse right now? The people in power, Howard Lutnick, all of these people.
Who his pick was for Attorney General? Matt Gaetz, a person who
Pete Hegseth
had an active investigation, congressional ethics investigation into human trafficking of a minor.
Yes.
That was his first pick.
And then we have Pete Hegseth, who has a credible account of grape.
Was he found guilty of that?
No, he paid $50,000 in hush money.
God damn it. Oh,
Did he?
wow.
Did he? Do you know that?
Again, bro, I'm not the person that
There's a good 24-page police report. There's a good 24-page police report you can read. It's got screenshots of all the texts that woman was going through step by step of that night, encountering him and waking up in his hotel bed. It's all there. And then she went and got a grape tested at a hospital. It's all there, bud. It's all there.
Am I myself guilty of everyone that Donald Trump and his cabinet, who they put in power?
Am I guilty of Kamala Harris's shortcomings?
Do I think that you are guilty of everyone that Biden hired? Okay, what is this conversation?
You started this.
The Biden administration have sexual claims against them. Even
I
charges. Are there
I
any
mean,
registered sex offenders in his administration the way that there are Trump's?
have you ever seen the picture and the person that ran the Secretary of Education? You want to pull that picture up right now?
Yeah.
Relevance?
I think you're probably going to point to the Secretary of Health person. This
What's the
guy.
relevance? You said Secretary of Education, I heard.
I know. I've never heard this one. You're thinking about Secretary of Health, bud.
No. Give him the education.
It
one.
might
That's
have.
what he
No, I
asked
think it
for.
was help.
Don't
I
help him.
forget. Dude, I got there's so much shit in my head right now. Come give me a
I
break.
know.
Here's the fun
Shit's
part.
for brains, isn't
Here's
it?
the fun part, Liam.
Wrong
This
guy.
guy?
No, wrong.
It's not the
No.
Secretary of Health.
It's like the admin beneath them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, wrong.
Who
guy.
also had a medical degree, by the way.
It's another guy though. Go to the.
I know.
Secretary
You're
of
pointing.
Education.
You're pointing out that someone is trans in the administration. Would you like to tell me the significance?
Yeah, I don't believe that trans individuals should be in power running our country.
Why so?
Because I think that these individuals are not really living their true identity.
And Trump, who paints his face orange and wears lifts, does?
Dude, I don't give a shit what Trump
Hey,
does.
all right, dude. All right.
If we do want to talk about Secretary of Education, maybe Linda McMahon is going to bring up here. She was named in a lawsuit of sexual abuse towards minors in the WWE a few decades ago. You may have heard of that.
I did see a little bit of that. Yeah, I looked into that.
It's almost as if Trump specifically chooses people who play ball, people who are criminal.
Least qualified and most criminal.
Yeah. Seems like it. Seems like, I don't know, it's just a pattern.
And of course, Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh yeah, his best friend, huh?
Viktor Orban, Netanyahu, Putin.
How many times did Clinton bring Epstein into the White House, Nemo?
Fuck if I know. Put him under the jail. That's the difference between you and I. See, we don't.
17
we
times,
do not.
Nemo.
We do not idolize politicians on our side. So if they do something wrong,
times, Nemo.
okay, and if they do something wrong,
That was a great
go
president,
to
wasn't it?
jail. Go to jail.
Hey, was-
If they do something wrong, go to jail. They go to jail. You guys can't say that for Trump. You can't say that for anybody in his administration who's horrible.
You guys wanted to elect his wife to run this country, okay?
She would have done way better. It would have saved us
That
from
is
this.
Shameful.
Look at this.
bro.
What does wife have to do with it?
What is? She would have been a fantastic leader, I think.
You know these panels that say it's all men, it's all men.
Yeah.
And they're going to elect that woman that's allowed that man to treat her that way.
Well,
Yo,
what do you mean
wow.
allow?
Powerful.
Every
powerful.
single Republican household, conservative household, has a woman who is extremely subservient to their man.
What?
Yeah. Does your?
Well, except
I
Charlie
don't.
Kirk's family.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. Hey, man, do y'all go to church?
Yeah, my wife and I go to church.
Is it for or against your religion to have your wife speak up in church?
No, my wife. No, in my belief, yes, a woman can speak up.
You're not really a real Christian then.
First Timothy.
No, I think that women are supposed to. Younger women are supposed to listen to the older women. Yeah, so they do speak up in church, but they speak up by.
So you're not really a true believer. You just
Are
got your
you
own version
listening?
of
Are
stuff
you
going.
Not understanding.
Where
You're
does it clarify
understanding.
their age?
The biblical message shows yes, younger women are supposed to listen.
Can
to
they be
older women
priests?
to have the experience.
Can they
Are
be
you supposed
priests?
to be elders and leaders in the church? No. I don't
Oh,
think they are.
that's weird. That's a different rule for women, huh?
So if you're gonna ask me a question, make sure it's the correct one there.
Okay, so I did. I asked you, can they be
So
priests?
speaking up in church, I mean that's a very broad statement, bro. What? Hey, how you doing? What do you mean, kind of speaking up?
Now you got to be real obtuse to acknowledge the fact, to
No, you
duck
just
the
have to
fact
have an
that
intelligent conversation.
women in your community are treated less than constantly.
Excuse me?
Constantly.
Excused.
No, not even close.
Yes.
The Bible verse is 1 Timothy chapter 2 verse 12.
Why don't you recite that for us, since you're such a biblically based guy?
I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet.
Does she suffer a woman not to teach? Yeah, it's because women are a little bit more easily manipulated.
Oh.
How many gifts has Donald Trump gotten from foreign dignitaries? Let's see. There was the jet from Qatar.
How many times has Trump spent all night staying up online tweeting like a 16-year-old girl?
That's so unbecoming of the FIFA Peace Prize.
In all caps.
I'm not a fan. I think someone should take the grandpa's tweet feed away.
All right, bud.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So you acknowledge you guys are more emotional than most women you talked about?
Oh, I definitely
They're
think that.
manipulated.
I definitely think that men
Very easily manipulated. Trump.
He emotional for sure. That's a real.
He is.
thing.
He is more
I think
emotional than
man
any
colds- I
grown
think
man I know.
Colds are a real thing as well.
I think that he's more emotional than any woman I know.
Oh man, look at that! I almost caught up with Jaden. Thank you guys, appreciate that.
It won't last.
All right,
Anyway.
Liam, are you done getting your nuts kicked?
Yeah, stop targeting people on TikTok and trying to dox them and harm them, guys. These are just general conversations that we duke it out, and then we should leave as friends.
It's not very presidential of you.
Yeah, so stop doxing each other. It's gross.
Thank you for the gifts.
Liam, why would
Guys,
you
it's-
ever think that I was your friend?
It's only appropriate to dox judges and their children and the Obama's
Their
residency, and that's the only appropriate doxing. And if you do that, you get elected a president.
Yeah, true.
Also, to be clear, every time that he accuses me of doxing, literally was just mentioned his cover band. That's all. Nothing else. It's on his Instagram. It's his cover band. That's the only thing. I don't know anything else about Liam. I just know that he's got a cover band. I forgot the fucking name at this point.
Asinine, are you a Trump supporter?
Apologize, I didn't mean to sign in. I hit the button wrong. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Kelly's Boy Band. There it is.
That's
Damn,
it.
13 subscribers. Ooh.
Hello. Oh. MAGA, if you're a Trump supporter somehow still, and you need some deconstruction, hop on in the box. Hello? Okay. Yeah, MAGA, we are looking for debates. And if you want to teach all of us soy boy beta cucks why we're stupid and wrong, now is your chance. Convert us to MAGAnism. I'll even give you the frontal lobe pick, so you can just insert it into my nostrils.
Was good enough for the Kennedys. I always forget.
1K people watching in the middle of the night. Not bad.
Yeah, it's nice, but it's not my usual peeps. But yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for gifting my panel. Please give them a follow. Give them all the love. Hey, I've never...
Man, I'm pretty.
It's 9 a.m. in Sweden. Just see Trump admin. Proposing cuts to Wix. So much for helping people. Guys, America first. What they mean by America first is we are strangling our economy before anybody else's.
There's not been much talk about his proposed budget for 2027.
I've got a good screenshot of all the stuff they're trying to cut, dude. It's wild.
Let's look.
Um,
There's a constant refrain under Biden was we need to stop sending money to Ukraine and invest in America by defunding rural businesses and SNAP programs and mental health.
one of the best ones, one of the biggest doozies we've seen recently is they cut, I think it's like 10,000 vets will lose their homes this year because of the protections lifted from Trump. that protecting people behind on their mortgage payments or whatnot. Just kicking them out on the street,
Despicable.
letting them join the other 33,000 homeless veterans that you guys care so much about. Yeah, enforcement of fair housing and anti-discrimination laws. They've cut $60 million from that. Economic grants for development of grant communities, grants for public transits, jobs programs for low-income seniors,
Child labor.
programs to reduce homelessness. $393 million, $500 million. Republicans are the only ones who know how to deal with homelessness, chat. They always point at California and say, look how bad they are. And then they make it worse. STEM education programs to combat child labor and forced labor abroad. That one, easy. Cut that one. We don't need that. Food aid for hungry families abroad, fully eliminated, $1.2 billion. Funding for United Nations international partnerships. Funding for public schools, $8.5 billion. $1.1 billion home energy efficiency and clean energy programs, fully eliminated. Trump promised to cut people's electricity bills in half, and I think they've doubled instead. You guys are having a hell of a go at it.
I'm so tired of winning.
And that's just one page. There's the second one. Grants for farmers and educational research. Scientific research funding, $5 billion from NIH. Public health programs, mental health services, disease prevention, grants to help communities build more housing, job training for at-risk youth, grants to reduce diesel pollution. NASA Space and Earth Science, $3.4 billion. That's a big one. Housing and services for Native American communities, airline service for rural small communities, college access for higher education support, vocational training, adult education, emergency preparedness and oh yeah, FEMA, guys. Remember you guys were crying about the $700 that Biden gave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
You guys wanted less, right? That's what you guys were talking about?
They wanted eliminated.
Yeah, you guys wanted
That's
less.
how less they wanted.
Loans for small businesses, refugee settlement assistance, international space station operations, loans for rural small businesses.
My house.
Broadband and internet access programs. They want MAGA to live in their bubbles out in the middle of cornfields. Support for minority-owned businesses. Funding for homeland security operations. Community building grants. Help paying home heating and cooling bills for low-income families. Fully eliminated. Enforcement for equal pay and workplace anti-discrimination laws. That's not a shocker. Small business administration operations, scientific research, cutting-edge clean energy research, local anti-poverty programs. Fully eliminated. Almost $1 billion. You guys are pathetic. You guys are the worst of the worst. History will not look at you kindly. Clean drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, $2.5 billion. That's a big one too. You guys are the vermin.
Well, it's pretty sad. Expected. Anybody debating?
Guys, if you're a Trump supporter and you're loud in the comments, hop on up.
There's quite a few.
Somebody asked earlier, how do I join? You were on YouTube. You just got to come to TikTok and join up. Come to TikTok for your liberal indoctrination. Yellow, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello. I don't know if I would consider myself necessarily a Trump supporter, but I would say as a whole, given our current geopolitical makeup, that voting red is better than voting blue, and I'm having a hard time seeing why that wouldn't be the case.
Oof. Okay, so how many of our NATO countries have denied any sort of help in our current efforts in Iran?
I'm sure plenty, but I don't correlate NATO support or NATO action necessarily with success or lack
Are we
thereof with
more or
our
less?
action.
Is the world more or less safe with NATO intact?
I would say the world is more safe with NATO intact, but once again, I think I see NATO as a shell sort of policy that just follows what we do. At the end of the day, what the states do, NATO is going to do, and that is
All right,
proven
I think you're
historically
just.
accurate.
I think you're just like minimizing the importance of NATO, and I think that's
Absolutely,
hilarious.
because I don't think
I think
NATO
it's
is that important.
okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure that 10 years of like Russian propaganda will do that to you, but
Sure,
there's no
absolutely.
instance.
Any propaganda will deteriorate an opinion, but
Yeah,
NATO
but there's
isn't
there's
a
no
strong
case.
entity as it exists.
Why would you say that?
Because NATO is entirely reliant on U.S. support. That is
That's
100% a fact.
that's also kind of misleading. So why do you think
Okay.
that?
Contribution. So we bring up Trump a lot, and
Oh
I
man.
do agree I have issues with Trump. Right?
What do you think that? What do you think when they don't pay their fair share? What do we have to do? What do you think happens?
We have to support that. What do you? I mean, we can look at.
No.
Listen.
No.
Once again, I don't have all the. Let me pull up some stats and figures. So maybe I'll be. What you would consider a value.
So this is what Trump has spent most of his time as president convincing you all that. He said this in his first debate or second one with Hillary. He said that NATO's horrible. It's a horrible idea, and that we need to pull out because it cost us money. And the exact opposite is true. NATO makes us money when people buy our supplies. They have to be NATO approved, which is something we usually make, and that makes us money. We make a lot of money in arms deals. And when other countries fall short of their 2% or 5% now, basically whatever of their GDP they need to spend on military efforts, NATO approved military efforts. When they fall short, we don't pay anything extra, not a penny, not even a little bit, not even if there's a fire.
So sure. So even if NATO, we don't have to pay more when NATO doesn't pay their effort. That doesn't
Correct.
deteriorate the fact that we occupy a ton of NATO's defense funding.
Mm-hmm. And
like, for example, so the development of NATO was developed to combat Soviet and Russian presence. That was the whole point of NATO, was to combat the Russians, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole idea that we as the United States should somehow be supporting that, I think, is ridiculous. I think in general the United States should be more isolationist than it actually is.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. There's no world in which our military presence in other countries is bad or deteriorating world peace. It's the only reason Russia hasn't pushed into Lithuania and Estonia and Latvia.
Yeah.
It's the only reason they haven't pushed into Poland. And you guys are constantly cheering for us to defund the efforts that push against this. And that in itself is creating instability in the world and creating instability in the economy. I mean, just look at gas prices right now. And that can tell you right now, like, exactly what happens when the world starts falling apart, when people in NATO and other countries start disagreeing with our politics geopolitically, which is obviously what's happening. Every single country on Earth besides our adversaries are not happy with Trump and his performance on the world stage. There's not a case you can make that he's made it better in any sense. There's no metric. There's not a single thing you can point to.
I would isolate it to as far as the action, but but once again, I see NATO as a relatively frail form of a government policy. Each one of countries in NATO have different issues, and at the moment, it's kind of a happy, fun trend to just kind of like shit on Trump, which I absolutely part of the bandwagon. I do have my issues with certain things, but like, let's take immigration for example. A ton of NATO countries, to exclude maybe Poland and Hungary, who have relatively strict illegal immigration laws, strict borders, they have all been on this bandwagon of, wow, Trump is so bad, ICE is bad, this is bad, bad, and just recently signed their own orders to start expediting illegal immigration, getting rid of things. So I don't, when NATO jumps
Heaven
up and
forbid you
says
guys
something-
learn some nuance.
Sure.
Do you know how much we spend on our immigration or ICE?
I cannot give you numbers. I'm sure you will have.
I'm going to help you out. What do you think, compared to other countries' entire military, do you think we pay more or less for just ICE?
Okay, so let's drop the compared to other countries' military because that's unrealistic. That doesn't matter. We spend
it
more than
certainly matters.
Relative percentages.
Most certainly.
When we are the current global superpower, percentages are going to be skewed. Unfortunately, sorry.
Okay.
That's just a fact of the nature.
I think that if you can defend a whole country with this budget, I think that says a lot. And when we're looking at 100,
the country of Jamaica is what? Let's look up the population. I could probably fund everyone for the next 300 fucking years with what we spend on military.
Yeah, exactly.
So relatively to the size of a different country is completely irrelevant.
Let me make the exact comparison, okay? It's $180 billion, which is more than every military on Earth besides China. That's how important you guys think this is. You're pointing to Poland like, oh, they did some extra immigration laws. No, they didn't do anything close to what we were doing. Nobody's doing it. Poland is also debatably leaning towards autocracy.
Poland is also debatably leaning towards autocracy. So therefore, their immigration laws and their policy on immigration is incorrect or flawed or
yes, in every single country that
has issue with Poland.
So every single country that's implementing far right identitarian nativism politics is doing these things. Right. It is all far right. Every single bit of it.
To the concept that we should have borders that people can't cross.
That's a straw man.
Far right.
That's a straw man.
How is that a straw man?
Because
I have a country, I have a place, right? I've designated these are my borders, this is my place.
Mm-hmm.
People cross those borders and come into my country.
Mm-hmm.
I want to remove those people. That's not a crazy out there concept.
It is.
I'm like, oh my god, breaking the fucking bank.
It is. It is breaking the bank.
So open borders, so nothing. There should be nothing.
No, this is why it's a far right policy, because you guys just can't imagine there being somebody who's not spending the amount that we are on our borders when the outcomes are all negative. Every single bit of mass deportation, especially the level that Trump's doing it, he's arresting 70% have no criminal record. The last report I saw was 5% did. It's sick. You guys are just kidnapping people for political points, and that's what's happening in most other countries. And if you look at the comparison, stop it. And when we look at the comparisons of other countries, they have higher immigration rates, and it doesn't even come close to us. But we're spending more.
So why now has it, since illegal immigration, people just crossing borders is such a great, wonderful thing? Why is it the rest of Europe has decided, hey, this is kind of an issue? Why is that? Why would anyone be? Why would people be upset?
It's not true.
Europe. The rest of Europe
they just
hasn't.
voted.
Not even
I could
Poland.
pull it up. They just
not
voted.
Even Poland has.
They just voted into policy increasing their.
You're saying why did all of these people in these other countries fall for the same propaganda that's working for us?
So it's all just propaganda. So that's the solution. It's all continuous propaganda.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yeah, largely.
There's no reason to have borders. So then why do we have borders?
We have borders. We have borders. We have border enforcement. We try to pass bills to help the border, but you guys hyper focusing on it.
Why are liberals so upset when we deport illegals? Why is that such a big hot topic for you guys?
Because
why is that such the biggest concern? You sit out there, you rally, you obstruct the streets. This is a very
because it hurts
for you guys
because
that we're deporting illegal immigrants.
Yes,
why
because
is that such a hot topic?
Because they're a positive presence in our country in every single way you can imagine. There's not a case you can make criminally. Nothing.
Why the borders?
Why borders? I'm not okay. I think it's 40% of these people came here the right way. 40% already came the right way. You guys have no idea the numbers. Trump has told you that there's 30 million people here now because
I don't listen to everything Trump says.
All right, but you guys have been radicalized. A lot of people have. You guys all talk to each other.
Not radicalized.
You're absolutely radicalized.
Okay.
I'm radicalized for wanting to deport people who came across illegally. How is
Yes.
that? Why is me wanting to enforce laws and preserve sovereignty of a nation somehow considered to you to be a radicalization? That's ridiculous.
So mass deportation in every point in history, no matter where you go, no matter where you are on Earth, mass deportation is a far-right policy. There's no economic data that goes up. There's no criminal data that goes down, not a single bit of it. The only thing you're radicalized on is the word undocumented or illegal migrants, and these people are all spooky and scary to you. And this is a very easy campaign if you're a brainless nut job on the right, to any country. I could go to any country and say, how come we're not spending $1 bajillion on the border? You're for open borders. That's what you guys are.
No, and I could I haven't looked at the exact numbers as far as spending goes. I know there's been big influxes in enlistment bonuses as far as becoming an ICE agent. I believe it's up to $50,000 now. There's certainly an influx in funding. I haven't balanced and looked at the numbers necessarily, but the principle exists that people cross the border illegally. We should remove those people. And
I know that's just a bumper sticker. So there's like a million things we could do.
So that's everything I'm listening to. All
yes.
the policy, everything's just a bumper sticker.
What did Reagan do?
When we don't agree.
What did Reagan do with mass deportation?
I'm not sure. I wasn't alive. I know Obama also deported tons of illegal immigrants.
And there's
it didn't become an issue. There wasn't riots in the streets.
Wait, I know.
Do you like Obama? Agents. It's the same thing. Like as far as like when someone asks me if I like a president or like this person,
did you like his immigration policies? How's that?
I didn't debate them. Illegal immigrants should be deported. That is as far as immigration policy goes.
Did you like Obama's immigration policies?
I would say that I agree with the deportation of illegal immigrants. That is my base.
That is just silly.
So I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna say yes or I'm gonna say no, and then you're gonna sit there with your notepad of notes and be like, hey, XYZ ABC. No, I agree with the deportation of illegal immigrants.
Here's the difference.
That's a very simple thing to go off of.
Okay, so here's the difference. 70% of Trump's deportations, non-criminals. 60% of Obama's were criminal. That's why nobody went around crying.
Here's where you're missing the point. Crossing the border illegally automatically de facto makes you a criminal.
And you guys are, and you're hypersensitive to this. You've been radicalized on this because there's a million laws out there. You are.
Oh God.
So I want to test this theory, right? So like if someone breaks the law, we need to 100%. We need to enforce the law every single time, right?
Laws should be enforced, yes.
Every single time.
Here, stipulation, right? I'm not always concerned with the guy going 61 in a 60.
Okay, yeah. Why?
No, that's a very fair stipulation.
Why?
Right? Because some laws we should enforce more than others. That makes a lot of sense.
And then we go to the outcomes, right? So we would look at the outcomes. So the outcomes of speeding, we have 48,000 people that die every year in car wrecks. How many people get murdered by migrants?
Illegal migrants or just migrants, period? Illegal. I'm not sure, but the number should be 0.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So you're willing to spend an actual fortune on that? For 0?
No, look, I'm not extreme, right?
That is extreme. That is an extreme ask.
Right? People are going to die to illegal immigration. People are going to die, period. But like we look at certain specific people who have died to illegal immigrants, I know for
and you're hypersensitive to it.
It's not necessarily a hypersensitivity. It's just a logical process with government. It's a logical thing that you would deport illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
Okay. Why the borders?
It is.
You're not getting.
I'm gonna help you out with another. I'm gonna give you another one.
Borders.
I'm gonna give you another one.
This period.
We have borders. We enforce the borders. You guys are just obsessed with them, and you're just pouring tons of money for political theater.
I'm not that obsessed. I'm not.
Y'all are.
I'm not too concerned.
We've had borders. The first 3 years of Trump's.
You come in illegally. The principle. You come in illegally. You should be deported.
All right. Let's give you another scenario. Do you smoke ganja?
Do I smoke weed? No, I have not partaken, but I don't really care.
You don't care? Is it federally illegal?
Federally, yes, it is illegal, but state by state basis, it is legal.
Just like sanctuary cities?
Just like sanctuary cities, sure.
Okay. So why are we going after undocumented migrants when we have people breaking the law here at home smoking the ganja? What, should we arrest every single person in a red state that's smoking ganja because it's the law?
It is so.
They're criminals.
I get where you're going. I get where you're going, but it doesn't alter. It does not alter the fact that illegal immigrants will still be deported. Like yes, people who smoke weed illegally
We
should
can't
go
dispute
to
whether or
like,
not
that's
the
a
punishment
normal-
is proportionate. I think we can dispute that.
So okay, we can dispute. Jaden made a great point. Whether or not the punishment is
sending them
is
down to a
proportionate.
labor camp of a country that they weren't born in is a proportionate punishment to being
Okay,
here.
I think
without
so. There we
documentation.
go.
I don't think that it is.
Just
I
some
think
common ground there, right?
Okay,
we should not
right.
be deporting these people to countries they are not from. But baseline,
without
we should
due
be
process.
deporting them.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not,
Okay.
you're not-
We literally don't have to.
No.
We could
No,
we
you
could
mentioned without due process. Okay.
Yeah.
The rights of an American citizen do not extend to illegal
Yes,
immigrants.
they do. Yes, they do.
They should know.
MAGA is an anti-intellectual.
There's
That should
elements
work.
in the
Yes,
Constitution.
that should work.
MAGA, you are anti-intellectual, and you're just following what
It's
a couple
not
people said.
Intellectual. No, it's not.
It is.
So then why the borders? Why any borders, man?
Why speed limits?
Why are we doing anything?
Why do we have speed limits? Why do we have weed laws?
Yeah, why any of
We
that?
should just have
Why
no.
are we doing any of that?
Yeah, see, you guys are just obsessed with something that has no bad outcomes.
No, it's not obsession, and also
it is.
It's not obsession.
It's absolute obsession.
Can you tell me where within the Fifth and 14th Amendments doesn't apply to migrants?
When Trump got into office, started deporting all these illegal immigrants. My issue is not with the fact that it's happening or that I really give a fuck about illegal immigration. I don't care. The guy who probably dropped off my Uber today, who said his name was Sarah and ended up being fucking something else. I'm not concerned with that guy. You
are though. He is a victim to your policy.
It is the counter obsession with the fact that we're deporting illegals. That's my issue. Is that like, okay, I don't care about the guy who's dropping off my Uber, but people are upset that the Trump administration is deporting them, and now I can't get to work because there's a No Kings rally or some bullshit rally in the streets.
Yeah,
because of the differences.
That citizens are having their constitutional rights violated. Fifth and 14th Amendment. That should upset anyone.
We are deporting illegal immigrants. They should be deported because they cross the
said
illegal.
that it doesn't apply.
You just sound like an NPC, dude. Sound like an NPC. Like I'm just spamming the button. We need to deport illegal immigrants. Like you can't tell me why. You can't tell me what the bad outcomes are. You can't. You can't.
Just
you
like
can't.
Obama did. Just like every other administration.
Can I ask you something? Can I?
Everyone deported illegals.
Can I help? Can I ask you a question?
Trump's doing it.
Can I ask you a question? If you just like mass deportations, why don't you just vote for Democrats? Because we do it better every time.
That's not what I said. I don't like.
We do it better though, right? Like if you just go by the numbers.
Sure, alternative.
So you just like the rhetoric, right?
What am I signing up for? Like more constrictive gun laws, higher taxes? Like what?
That's a Trump thing. That's a Trump thing too.
That's not more constrictive gun laws. Is definitely not a Trump thing.
Who's the last person to pass? Who's the last person?
Stock laws was Trump.
Who's the last person to do anti-gun laws?
The support for ATF has always been Democratic. You look at Virginia.
We're talking about laws.
They voted in. No. You look at Virginia. They voted in gun laws, and now Democrats are trying to right away. Like, no, we can carry, but the others can't on federal facilities. You see, like, what are you talking about? Democrat. Some of the northern states have reduced their magazine capacity below 30 for some odd reason.
Oh man,
the ATF is primarily Democratic. You have
we're talking about the
Democratic
level,
policies being implemented.
So, again, you guys are only worried about your 2A rights. You're not worried about First Amendment rights. You're not worried about the rights of undocumented migrants. You're not worried about any of those things.
I'm pro First Amendment as well.
Yeah.
The right side isn't the one trying to classify everything as hate speech.
No, they are actually.
Donald Trump is literally saying that. Hold on. Donald Trump is literally saying that news outlets that report critically of him should be illegal.
Also, Trump has labeled most.
I don't agree with that either.
Trump has labeled.
Here's my stipulation.
Trump has labeled.
Upon opening.
Trump has labeled the liberal ideology of being anti-mass deportation, all that stuff, is a terrorist organization. He has literally made okay. So you're just wrong, though, right?
No, that doesn't make me wrong. I still think
he's the one making it illegal.
The opening to my argument was voting right in the current geopolitical environment is better than voting left, and
So,
that is like
the entire world disagrees with you. The entire world doesn't like
true
us.
at all, dude. Trump wouldn't be president if the entire world fucking disagreed with me.
That's-
Unfortunately,
that's a non sequitur.
You have a Trump president.
That's
I'm
not
sorry
true.
that happened. I'm
Dude,
so sorry that happened.
Shim, we can just read you all sorts of articles from across the world that say even
Yeah,
before Trump,
you can read the articles that are all the countries that are so
all fake
concerned
media
with American policies. All
Mhm.
need. No, it's just like courtesy to what you said.
You're
earlier.
talking about geopolitics, right?
It's all propaganda.
Okay.
Everything's propaganda.
Got it.
To fall in line with your argument, it's all propaganda, correct?
No.
It was all propaganda. No, it's
So it's not propaganda when you say it, but it's propaganda when I say
Shim,
it.
the
Where's
difference
line?
here's the difference. So when
There is
other
no, you're correct. There is no line. Just like there should be no
Can you
borders.
let people
right?
goddamn speak?
Shim,
I don't know how old
the
you are,
difference
but
is-
fucking self-control, please.
all of these other countries with different politics, with different leaders, with different cultures, all of them hate Trump. So it's not just like one person doing propaganda. It's all these countries with different perspectives. We have this before Trump. We have this after Trump. Trump has now made us. Trump is now considered the biggest threat to world peace, as per many polls. Many polls. He has surpassed Netanyahu. He has passed Putin. And you think he's good for geopolitical affairs? Make it
So
make
he's
sense?
He's passed.
He's
Putin,
passed-
who is actively waging a war in Ukraine.
Yes.
And now on the border of NATO.
Yeah. He's because Trump's. What do you
And
think we're doing in Iran?
realistically See Trump as a greater threat than the
Yes.
guy actively invading.
Yes.
You could potentially see where I.
Okay, who-
You can also draw a nexus
that doesn't make
between
much
Donald Trump's
sense.
stalling support for Ukraine and Russia having the advancements that they've seen.
Yeah, I think Trump is pro-Russia too, so that makes him more dangerous.
Advancements.
Trump has revived.
Right?
Trump has revived Russia's economy. He has lifted sanctions. He's made them extremely rich because of this Iran conflict. I guess that's great for geopolitical affairs.
Oh great! I said a bunch of shit and I was still muted. Where are we at?
The floor is yours.
This. No, I like I said, I still see a vote to the right better than a vote to the left, based upon the things I'm saying. Based upon
Right.
all the cities who have been dominated by the left and still don't have changes, based upon all the policies I'm
Let's talk about that.
on the left.
Let's talk about that.
Still
What's your least favorite left-leaning city?
least favorite?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I have a least favorite.
What's the most problematic state you can point to?
So I would say New York City is a big one.
Okay.
Especially
What's your grievances? What's your grievances on New York City?
Oh, he's got the notebook open. Yes.
What are your grievances with New York City?
I don't necessarily have a ton of grievances since I don't live there. I don't really care for, but
You just went around talking about left-leaning cities.
Pause. I would say the primary issue I have with inner cities is drug trafficking and crime, which is a prominent issue in both.
Okay, so 7 out of the 10 most criminal states and cities are Republican.
So let's wait. Pause before you start rattling off your CNN article. Give me the link so I can.
Oh Jesus!
No, let's work with it because you're the guy on TikTok doing the debate. Clearly, you have the facts and figures in front of you. It's
and then we can talk about
so I can counter argument.
And then we can talk about the drugs that, for instance, in Texas we just outlawed all marijuana, which has empowered all of the drug cartel.
Which I don't agree with.
Also
outlawing marijuana either. That's we can erase that. But no, let's go through.
You take a stance, and then the second that you learn a little bit more about how your side is violating the stance that you took, you're like, well, I don't agree with that.
Okay,
Right.
Memphis.
That's not the case at all.
Honduras.
Generally, no. Let's go back to it. So, Second Amendment laws. Generally and statistically, I don't have the sites in front of me. I'm not the guy on TikTok debating. Actually, I am. But
Your
I'm not
party-
the one hosting it.
your
I'm not the
party-
one hosting it. I'm not the one hosting it. I'll alter
Your party is not in the business of giving any stats ever. I promise you. If you listen to this,
that's
listen
fine.
listen for this. Okay, next time politicians speak, next time politicians start talking about shit about California and all that stuff, they have no statistics. They have no proposals to fix these things. They have absolutely the opposite policy that would be good for these things. For instance, you guys cry about California and homeless population. Trump just proposed another budget decrease for helping people in homelessness. He also just made 10,000 more veterans homeless this year. There's not a single policy that you can name me right now that is of Republican nature that would help homelessness. Do you have one?
I don't have my homelessness.
Okay. All right. So
Homelessness
this
thing.
is
I can
going to be the
give you
case for every single thing you point out. By the way,
around homelessness.
this will be the
I
this
can
will be
give
the
you-
case for every single point that you make when you point to a grievance with a blue city. You will have no policy position on it. You will only point to them and say, "Oh, look how bad it is." You have fucking nothing. It's culture wars. Your side does nothing but culture wars.
Wait, whoa, cultural wars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Identitarian bullshit, culture wars, nativism.
What do you talk? You're saying that from
Disney,
the left, who has
Starbucks,
done
Nike,
nothing but
Pride.
debate culture wars, did nothing about go into identity politics.
Shim.
Has done nothing but stress that
Shim,
a man should
can you-
be able to declare that he's a woman. How are you going to
Shim,
say culture
Shim,
wars is an
Shim.
issue on the right?
Name one politician.
left.
Name one politician that has said the thing about man and women. Go ahead.
Name one politician who has said that thing about
On my
men and
side.
women.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have my
Ah!
policy of men-women thing.
Have any states, have any blue state
Well,
legislatures
let's
tried to
be
legislate
reasonable.
that?
Let's be reasonable and realistic
Right,
here,
let's
right?
be reasonable. Has the left tried to legislate that on a state or federal level? The identity of a trans
politics,
person?
absolutely. Oh my god,
So
absolutely.
how exactly?
Tell
Can you
me.
give examples.
So let's take men and women's sports. Absolutely.
Right, where have they
has
legislated that?
enforced. Absolutely hasn't. No, it doesn't.
Examples, please.
you can
I
make-
asked you
you
about
can-
legislation. To take
So
care
you
of
can
you, Mom. Good to see
absolutely
you.
so you can absolutely make societal and changes in politics and society without putting forth legislation. There's tons of legislative
Shim-
protections for LGBT.
What you're talking about-
LMLP.
What
Yeah,
you're
the
talking
whole
about
alphabet.
is organic movements by people, maybe even reactionary movements from anti-LGBTQ talks and the 500 anti-LGBTQ bills you guys try to pass every year. It's y'all every time, every single time.
It's not y'all. It's not the right.
It's the right.
Men in women's sports. It's
Did we do
not the
that?
right. Absolutely. What do you mean?
Nope.
What? You,
And again, how many? How many?
What left-leaning rally? What left-leaning organization? What left-leaning anything
What
has not flown
left-leaning legislation?
has not flown a transgender flag?
Okay,
When
that's not
men-
anything, right? That's not anything. They
What do you
just
mean
fly
that's not
flags.
anything?
They fly flags. The
They
horror.
fly flags and openly support. Okay, so
The horror.
Let's go through it. How? Because again,
Now, how
I
does
have to
that
look-
restrict
I
you
have
in
to
any
look
way
things up
that the
because I'm
right-wing
here.
legislation has?
It's just embarrassing that you don't have really a case that was like, this is your opinion right now. So you don't even have a case to make for your opinion right now about how the left is using identity politics. But we have nothing but your side doing this and virtue signaling. We even have Trump with the opposite position in 2016, talking about trans people should be allowed to use whatever bathroom they want. But when they found out that you fucking idiots love hearing this shit and that you guys respond to it, he blasted $200 million worth of anti-trans ads last year. You guys, it's y'all.
Yes, we blasted the ads because guess what? Men should not be in women's sports.
So it's y'all.
Is that so hard to conceptualize?
So it's y'all.
What has the left done that is an equivalent to that? Are you saying 200 or 400 or $1 billion worth of ads to promote the alternative? No.
I'm saying continuous and open support on every platform they have ever.
Oh,
support
man.
isn't that's not.
What do you mean?
Oh man.
How is that?
See how sad this is for you, dude?
Is that the line we draw when there's a bill written?
Yes. When we're legislating cultural norms, when we're legislating.
No.
Have you read George Orwell? Have you read George Orwell?
With that standard, let's pause. With that standard, that means everything Trump has said means nothing, only if
Yes.
he's put into policy and action. But that's not what you're debating, because I heard you earlier, you brought up things Trump said, not things he's put into action. You've done that several times.
I asked you about our political leaders. None of our political leaders that are pushing this movement are brainwashing us about what a man or a woman is. We're simply just educated.
Why is that brainwashing? Why is
Y'all
that
are.
biology brainwashing?
Because
It's anti-intellectual.
legalizes Right.
It's
It
anti-intellectual
legalizes
to
and
acknowledge a
penalizes
man
what
is a
you're.
man and a woman is a woman.
Yes,
It's
Shim,
anti-intellectual.
Shim. How many genders are there?
2.
Can you give me a source on that?
Do you? Let's see.
I'm dead
Alright.
fucking serious. Give me a source.
This is ridiculous. This is
I'm dead serious.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Can you give me a source on that?
So pull up your go back to your high school. Pull up any biology book that will describe to you XX and XY.
That's sex.
Wait, but that's sex.
That's sex.
Sex
You
conflates
guys.
with gender. Sex has always conflated with gender.
Okay.
Sex has always been equivalent
Shim,
representation of gender.
Shim. I'm gonna help you. This is a liberal thing. This is called Google. The Google machines. I'm gonna ask it. Okay, real quick. How many genders are there in the world across all cultures? All across the number of genders is not limited to 2, with many societies traditionally 3, 4, or more. Western culture emphasizes a binary. Hundreds of indigenous and non-Western cultures have long established traditions for third. Ooh.
PBS.
Okay.
Where we're using it. This is where we draw the line for our argument. Also,
PBS.
Only what
You
Trump
want
says.
Psychology Today? Do you want the American Medical Association, the American Psych Association? What would you like?
Standard biology that dictates there's
So
a man
the
and a
American
woman.
Medical
Shim, is gender a biological truth or a social construct? There's only one answer.
Okay, so here's this may blow your little liberal mind. It's a psychological construct based on the biological and scientific identification of XX and XY chromosomes. I know that's a bit hard to understand.
That's not true.
But
Is there only XX and XY? Is there only XX and XY?
Oh my goodness. Sure, there's some biological instances where, unfortunately,
So there's
some humans
that's pretty
have
damning,
pussies
isn't it?
and vaginas.
That's pretty damning, huh? So there's more than 2?
There is a minimal scientific anomaly that occurs where some humans happen to develop both male and female genitalia on a scientific rate.
And again,
that happens to happen from time to time.
Yeah. So there are variances, and there's more than 2. So you have to be dumb.
No, there's not
to only think 2.
More than 2. There's not there is a biological.
You just said there was
anomaly. Any book will tell you that it's a
anomalies. Do anomalies exist or not?
Absolutely, anomalies exist.
Well, that's weird. You just said they're not.
Rewrite. If I were to tell you a chicken is a chicken, but there's some biological anomalies, but still a chicken, you would de facto believe it's in a chicken, right?
Dog Shim. Did you know that birds can change sex?
Why are we attempting to rewrite biology?
Did you know that birds can do that?
Upon anomaly.
Did you know that birds can change sex?
That's great. Birds can change sex.
So why are you pointing to a thing that helps my point?
Don't just change sex. That's not a thing humans do.
But you're saying that you're pointing to the animal kingdom.
Humans. Wait.
You're pointing to the animal kingdom to make your case, and now it doesn't make your case.
Humans change sex, right? So is sex for
we don't. That's technically not. That's not anybody's stance.
No, birds change sex.
They do.
You just mentioned that. Birds.
Yes, I do.
Sex. So birds have a social construct around their sex.
Genders.
It's a socially constructed thing, right?
No,
so
gender is.
In the community, there's male birds and female birds and.
Bub. You're listing sex. You're listing sex.
Yeah, that's what you just said. Is birds can change sex. Right?
You guys are You're constantly wrong.
No. Birds can change sex.
They can.
Correct?
Yeah, they don't have genders.
Yes.
Yeah.
But is that a societal thing or a biological thing?
Biological.
It's biological. So their sex is tied to their biological gender.
Every time it is, even in humans. Yeah.
So that's crazy. So in that case, right? Then why is it that we can say a man is biologically a man? That's their gender.
That's not a thing.
But then they can change their sex.
That just biological man just means living man.
So why are we rewriting the XY and XX chromosomes?
No one's rewriting sex.
Nobody has been
yeah, gender's a societal thing.
There you go.
Yes,
There you go.
You're just making up shit.
Hey, man.
It's just
I'm not
it's
making it
entirely
up.
made
We have
up.
the
Shim,
medical
you're
backing that
correct.
support
What do you
this.
mean the medical? What
You're
the
correct.
medical background?
The
Hey, what?
APA, the American Medical Association. The list goes on.
Yeah, the
Is your
Endocrine
dog-
Society.
what is that,
Everybody.
a dog? Is
Yeah.
your dog a boy or a girl?
That's what I was going to ask you. This is a female dog. This is a female dog. She's 13, so she's an adult. Is this a woman, Shim?
Hold on, your stream cut out.
Is this a woman?
Your stream cut out. Go
No,
continue.
Is this a woman, Shim?
It's a female dog.
Is it a woman?
Sure, yeah. It's a woman dog.
So
it's a female dog.
if I were to say, hey man, I've got a woman at my place, you want to come over? And you saw my dog, you wouldn't be surprised?
You were to say you had a woman, I would specify that
All
as
right.
a dog.
All right, yeah. All right.
Dude,
Nobody does that. Nobody nobody does that. Nobody calls their dog a woman or a man. Gender is a social construct. So if we were to burn down,
It's a social construct tied
Yes.
to the biological. It has a biological.
sometimes,
base. Why is it so
sometimes,
hard?
sometimes, Shim, it's because
Okay,
you,
So as far as sports,
Shim,
Thank God.
you're welcome, chat. Shim, gender is not the same as sex. Gender is social. While you can point to markers about somebody that would tie their gender to a sex, that is not an absolute. It is not an absolute. And there are many different societies throughout history and throughout the world who do this differently. And for you to say this is only through the lens of whatever, some dumb Christian American that you are, is very like, it's very self-centered. It's very like you-centric. For you to not understand that gender can be so malleable that if we were to burn this all down, if we were to burn down every single book and every single hint of cultural
malleable.
existence, if we were to burn it all down and restart two sexes, the bimodal, by the way, bimodal sex system would remain, but genders would be all different. It could be 1,000. It could be 1,000. If we were to rebuild everything
Just because
today,
you decide,
it would be
like,
1,000. Yes, because people could decide that. Yes.
So then why has society and why has civilization across the entire globe decided to separate those who have penises and those who have vaginas?
In how many ways? In how many ways?
What do you mean in how many ways?
You're saying there's only 2 ways, but when you just talked about the rest of society, we've got societies that do it 5 ways, 8 ways. Are you Christian?
Am I Christian?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what
doesn't
religion?
into my argument because I don't.
What religion did Jesus follow?
No, you're skewing so far.
What religion did he follow?
No, I'm not going to feed into it. I'm not going to feed into it.
Okay,
Why
can I
has
ask you a question,
civilization...
tangentially related? Is God a man?
This is what God believed, all right? This is what God believed, Shim. 6 to 8.
None of my arguments have
6
been
to
religious.
8.
None of my arguments have been religious.
They don't have to be. They don't have to be. But if you believe in your religion,
why is the thing you're homing in on is the religion?
Because you most certainly, this is an internal critique.
No, you're trying to jump in between topics and try to dissolve my argument.
How many
Societies have separated.
How many genders did Jesus think there were?
Society has separated people with vaginas and people with penises for centuries. Why is that?
It's actually more.
Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that?
Culture largely fuels that. And also
so it's all
religious
purity culture.
constructs.
That's all
I
it
didn't
is.
say it's all. I said it largely fuels that alongside religious constructs. Yes, and those are more recent developments. Wait, excuse me. Those are more recent developments. Shut up. Those are more recent developments as far as our existence of a human species go. In the grand scale of things, as far as humans have existed, this sort of separation is a more newer development.
The differentiation between male and female is new.
No, the
That's
segregation.
sex.
you're
Once again, that's
referring to.
sex.
The segregation is new.
Yes, like bathrooms. That's a
We
more
haven't-
newer construct.
We haven't separated men and women for centuries over.
There's entire
We haven't
countries that have
separated- we
gender
haven't
neutral
separated
bathrooms. There's entire countries with gender neutral bathrooms.
Yeah, I didn't say that we haven't been doing this for
Gender
centuries.
neutral
I'm talking
bathrooms
about
is
in
a
the
recent
grander
development.
scheme of our existence as a human species. This is relatively new. Centuries can still mean new. I don't even know that it's been that many long of centuries, probably since the 17 or 1800s.
So then why split up male and female sports? Why not just let the men dominate the female sports?
That's not happened.
If we're all equal,
So
if it's all the same,
when you
it's all
guys
a construct.
when you guys were told about men and women's sports, and then you saw that there were only 5 in a league of 500,000, how did you feel about that, man?
Say that again. What?
There were 5 trans people that you guys pulled out of sports to come fuck up our economy. What did you?
Oh, yeah,
Did you know that?
So, however many, I don't have the stat. However many men were in female sports were dominating.
No, they weren't.
female
There's not a
sports.
single instance you can give me, actually.
What are you talking about? The swimmer?
Yeah, the person that won 5th place,
No, there was a swimmer who literally broke records.
Leah Thompson. You got 5th
Ooh,
place.
Leah Thomas is the one that you know. Also not a man.
So I'm gonna take here's I think the ultimate argument. I'm gonna take LeBron James and put him in the WNBA. What do you think that does to the WNBA?
If LeBron was on HRT for 3 years, he would definitely be getting stomped.
So I take LeBron and put him in W. He doesn't dominate. He doesn't alter.
He's probably going to do
rules,
pretty
he doesn't-
good, but he'll probably still
He's gonna do
he
the
will
best he's ever. What are you talking about? It's
he's
not even
he's
a
going to be
competition.
on
At
HRT.
least acknowledge that at
This-
a minimum, please.
The science
please.
you're taking the very best out of sport and you're injecting them into a league below him.
Yes, a league below him. Why is it a league below him? Women or
Because-
men are the same.
because
It's all a
testosterone-
construct.
Testosterone does affect the outcomes of your athleticism, but we have the
Yes,
science.
absolutely.
We have the science. By the way, this is another liberal thing. I know it hurts. That the HRT on somebody on HRT for 3 years, their physical levels are that of a cis whatever.
So that's the solution then, is we put all the women on HRT. They have to inject themselves with certain chemicals to keep up with the new social makeup that we have, where we no longer
You
separate men and women,
misunderstood
to
what I
keep up
said,
with the
dude.
liberal agenda. In
You're-
order to keep
you're-
up with the liberal
you're
agenda, we have to
misunderstanding.
put all these women. No, I'm not misunderstanding.
You are.
In
So
order for the women to
somebody
keep up,
who is trans playing sports, whether it be a trans woman or trans man, the trans woman, for instance, in a female league or a women's league on HRT for 3 years, has the same baseline as a cis woman. Athletically, when we talk about muscle mass, we talk about bone density, we talk about all that. It all comes back down to the same level. So if we threw LeBron on HRT for 3 years, he would do very good. But it's because he's skilled, not because he's the strongest man ever, right?
if we threw anyone from the National Basketball Association into the Women's League they
And
would
put him on
dominate.
HRT for 3 years.
Why do we have to do that? They
Because
identify as
that-
a woman. They identify as a woman. Why do we have to put them on
Because
anything?
there's qualifiers for sports.
There's qualifiers.
Oh, the qualifier is one is a man and one is a woman.
No, it's T levels.
So we should T-level everyone that goes in. You
We
see
already do
where
that.
the-
We already do that.
Yeah.
you see-
We
you see
already
the
do that.
complexity?
We already do that.
Okay, so he has to decrease his T level in order to be in a league?
With the WNBA, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are now new things, there's new limitations.
This is
Now
already
we're
a thing.
acknowledging that there's
It's already a
In
thing.
existence.
It's already a
yes.
thing.
But we're acknowledging that there is a difference between a man and a woman, and a man is more inclined
No one ever said
biologically
that
to
there
be superior
wasn't.
in athletic things.
You're also just
But you
misusing
can
sex and
conflate
gender
trans
again.
women with cis
I'm not
men.
confusing sex and gender, dude. Like,
You are.
ever since sex has been developed, it's been tied to the biological.
Sex was never
emphasis of
developed.
Gender.
When was sex
Yes,
developed?
yes, it was. They decide, hey, sex is a thing.
Who's they?
It's been associated that whoever developed the English language. We can. How far do you want me to go back?
So the
I don't know
English
who defined
language
sex.
and the
I
understanding
don't know
of
the.
sex are
Oh my
contingent upon
god.
one another.
But like, here's the thing:
You know, cis
when
is a Latin term, by the
when
way.
people are like, "Hey, I want to vote right and not left," you can see where they're like, "Hey, fuck the left. They can't even acknowledge a man, and a woman, a woman."
And
why
you
do
guys think there's a magic
believe?
sky daddy out there, right? Like you guys think the Earth is 6,000 years
I don't think he's a
old.
magic sky daddy.
Yeah,
I think
like
I'm on a debate in TikTok, and this guy, Dark Pickles, can't even acknowledge the difference between a man and a woman.
and
that,
you
hey,
and you
maybe
think
men
people
should play in women's leagues.
and you think people were made of clay. You think the Earth's 6,000 years old. You think it's flat. You think that
No,
you think they were talking snakes and donkeys and
That's what I'm
giants. You guys think that there was a world
It's
flood.
super easy. It's
You
so
guys
easy to
think
jump to
all of
irrational
these
conclusions.
things. You guys think all of these things, but God forbid we know on the left what a gender is, because none of y'all
You know
do.
so well. You know so well. So when LeBron
Yeah.
But didn't
James
the
is like,
first
"Hey, I'm a
woman
woman,"
come from a man, according to your perspective?
and goes to not like when LeBron James or Steph Curry decides,
Okay,
"Hey, I'm
just
gonna
right
go play
past
with
that.
women."
Didn't the first female on Earth, the first female human, come from a man, according to your book?
Like once again, I'm not gonna
Is
go.
that not
I'm
what
not gonna
Genesis
go into. I'm
states?
not playing the game.
But is
of
that
going
not what
into
your
the
religion
argument you want to go
upholds? Is
into?
that
You
belief?
were-
Can't
Let's go
acknowledge a
into
man
that.
and a
Is that
woman.
not what your understanding of how the human species came into fruition
Yeah.
contingent upon?
So we're crazy because we know what genders are, but their entire myth about the existence of mankind is totally acceptable just because all of your friends agree with you.
That's not at all what I'm saying.
Nervous.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
not at all. That's not at all. what
You're
I'm
looking the
saying.
other way
I'm
when
sorry.
all of your crazy, radical, weird friends, like Jehovah's Witnesses and all that shit, that let their fucking kids
Don't agree
die.
at all with Jehovah's Witnesses. I like it once
You
again. I
you guys
never
don't pick
touched
on
upon
them.
the-
You don't pick on them,
I never touched upon the religious argument.
and
But
you're
yet you
looking
guys
the other
still
way.
wanna- You still want to dig. You still
Yes,
wanna
I
dig
am,
and go into
because
the religious point.
you are looking at us and balking, going, "Oh my God, you guys are so weird and different." When you guys have literally
Not even
the most
weird and different, just
insane
outright
beliefs.
irrational.
You guys are
Just outright
insane.
irrational.
You're insane. You're
I'm
insane.
insane
I'm
for
tired of
being
not saying it out loud.
so
You're insane. Yes.
All right, well that's great because Trump is still your president, and it's unfortunately
Okay,
something
but
you have to deal with.
you can't play the irrational card and support Donald Trump, who steered at the
What do
eclipse,
you-
said that Hannibal Lecter endorsed him, believes that the 2020 election was stolen to the
Oh,
tune of
Hannibal
millions
Lecter
of
endorsed it.
undocumented-
Cool, dude. I could pull
Yes.
a irrational, crazy
Spills
person that
out
supported a
anecdotes
Democrat.
about sharks
Stop
and
using poor
batteries.
argument.
No.
Okay, well they're not the
This is a
president, are they?
claim that Trump made, dude.
No,
Said
stop
that
using
windmills
such.
cause
Oh,
cancer
Hannibal
and kill
Lecter.
whales.
Oh,
Believe that he
Jeffrey
had a
Epstein
conversation with President Newsom, said that
Oh,
he got off the
Michael
phone with the
Jackson
president of
loved
Puerto
Obama.
Rico.
Michael Jackson loved Obama. Oh, that's
Speaking of celebrities,
bad,
also
man.
said that he looked like Elvis Presley. Recently depicted himself as a savior, as God,
I've
and that doesn't escape you as being irrational.
I
as
opened
being
the
crazy
conversation.
talk.
I opened
Right,
the
but
conversation.
if you can
with,
acknowledge the irrationality of the left, why
I can
is that
certainly,
not?
I can
Excuse
certainly,
me, why are
no,
you still talking? God damn, Shem.
I can
I like Larry
certainly.
and Mo better. But anyway, Shemp, as I was saying,
What are
why
we-
is it
where are
that
we
it,
going
it
with
somehow it somehow escapes you to criticize the irrationality of this administration and its advocates?
It doesn't. It absolutely
Why don't
doesn't.
you do
I opened.
But how can you align
I
yourself
listened.
with such antithetical beliefs to science, to reality, to history, to
What do you mean
law?
to sign? Oh my god.
They quite literally coined the term alternative facts. They believe that Tylenol is the root cause of autism.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, is this not what the
You guys were taking ivermectin? You guys were taking ivermectin a few years ago for a
The
virus?
thing I have aligned myself with is in the modern day, in a moderate perspective, voting right is much better than voting left. And you
How?
absolutely
Not economically, not
You
militarily.
what do you mean not
Not
economically?
in terms of
You
health.
absolutely
Okay,
proved
9
that.
out of 10 of the last recessions.
You've
were
had
under
Zora
Republican watch.
Mandami in New York City who is like, I'm gonna freeze
He's
fucking
doing-
rent and it's automatically going up. It's turning into fucking Gotham. As
No, it's
predicted.
not.
It's
Crime is down
historically
30%.
low.
You have
He has
Virginia who is putting in gun laws that don't make it.
Zora Mamdani has a historical low, literally the lowest crime rate in history in New York right now. It's not Gotham; it's the opposite. And again, 7 out of the 10 most dangerous states and cities are Republican led.
Like there are so many, like, we're sitting here and you guys can't even acknowledge or accept the fact that, like, you guys have been debating with me. We've been going back and forth, right? I've acknowledged, hey, some things I don't agree with on the right. You have stood firm. You have stood for, yes, I have. I've said several things. I opened up the conversation even with, hey, I don't
still
fully
support
Trump, but I think that voting for the right is better than voting left when presented in front of me.
Demonstrated how.
You guys,
other than the attacks on trans people,
that a man is a man and a woman is a woman.
Right. So trans people, the one minority that you feel as though is worth demonizing in this country, alongside migrants, I suppose, is how you think the right
illegal
is
migrants. Sure, I come from a migrant family, so don't generalize migrants. Illegal migrants.
Course.
I'm not generalizing. That was inferred.
Of course you did.
You said migrants as opposed to illegal migrants.
Generalizing.
We've been going tit for tat this entire time, so I'm going to go tit for tat. I'm going to stoop myself down to the petty level. That's where we're at. So let's redefine that. Illegal migrants, not migrants.
That was inferred by what I said.
Was it inferred?
Yes, because that's what we've been talking about.
Because when I say things, they're not inferred.
Even still, actually, yes, your side does demonize the legal migrants, be it TPS and refugee status, people who have fled persecution. Yes, legal migrants have been targeted, deported, and denaturalized under this administration.
And those are all my problem as an American citizen.
But you still...
It's your biggest priority. It's your biggest priority.
Yeah.
Pretty sad. You want to make liberals who like know the nuances of gender and know what words mean. You have problems with that, but you don't have problems with all of the make believe.
Develop nuance and start an entire movement on why men are men.
Shim. Your entire movement's been here for ages. You guys did child marriage. You guys did slavery. You guys did all sorts of horrible shit. Okay, and we still let y'all live. We let y'all exist. Then there's entire religions that believe in their holy fucking goddamn book that there's more than two genders. But you don't care. You want to use this and leverage this to make us look weird.
It's not even about you making weird. It's about making the statement that men should not be in women's sports.
They're not.
Which is an out there concept.
There is not a single man in a women's sport.
There is. When fucking...
Can you name them?
No. Oh my god.
Okay.
Let me pull up men in women's sports.
Let's do
it. Let me pull it up.
Not one has dominated any sport ever. This is a boogeyman that you were fed.
There are several at the high school level that have. That is not...
Men in high school?
Yes. There are men at the high school level in mostly left-leaning states. Because here's the thing with what you guys are saying. There is nothing stopping me from going to under your guys' guise and policy and whatever you think. There's nothing stopping me. There's nothing stopping me from going to a women's league and dominating. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. That's what you guys are asking for.
Because of prerequisites of HRT that you need to be on would unequivocally stop you. So you guys seem to shut up for a second. You guys seem to have this superficial belief that a 6'5" burly-ass man is going to be able to enroll in women's basketball and just be completely without recourse for that. That's not the case. There are requirements.
So we should implement policy is what you're saying. But earlier you said there's no liberal policy.
Yes. Those policies are and have been upheld for some time now. The NCAA has upheld them.
You guys were just told to care about this. And
So there are biological differences, and we do need to reduce that.
No one has argued that.
No one has argued what?
This is something that Trump has...
I'm not seeing any policy. I haven't seen any policy going into place that's going to limit LeBron from jumping leagues.
Okay, but the HRT thing that he just mentioned, the HRT thing, you didn't hear that?
So if that's what I'm getting, if we have to make alter the biological chemistry of a naturally born male,
physiologically on par with the cisgendered competitors, that would make it an equal playing field. You guys seem to hold this belief that trans people are unequivocally dominating in these sports fields. They're not. In fact, in many instances, are more likely to lose to cis competitors than they are to win.
And by the way, they're not good enough to be in the military too. They're both world-class assassins, not eligible to be in the military, and they're killing everybody in sports. The ultimate boogeyman.
Then there is a difference, and they should be separated.
I get that. You guys are just doing this in the least graceful way. The way that you guys have approached this is so disgusting. The way that
disgusting.
Yeah, the way that you guys have approached this has been with the least graces I could possibly imagine. You guys, if you really were concerned about the like people playing it in fair sports or something, you'd be like, okay, here's a situation we're kind of caught up in, and what's the best way to do this without causing huge harm and social negativity towards this minority group that's already the most highest likely to just kill themselves. You don't
And
care.
other people, yeah, they do that a lot, don't
That's
they?
actually not true. It's mostly it's mostly white men. It's mostly Christian far right
Yeah,
men.
It's a Christian far right men.
Yeah,
Yes.
per capita, it's not it's not trans people.
And female sports.
You're still typing that, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's...
You were
is that not
conned,
fair?
bro. You were conned to care about this. 5 people, dude. 5 people.
I'm so conned. But
You are.
Once again, when I go out in society or I have these political debates, I still hear the regurgitated BS that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man.
Nobody even says that. That's not even the correct wordage. So it's not the correct verbiage.
That's not the correct... Oh, please correct me on the correct...
I'll
political
correct you.
debate,
Yeah, man, I'll
please,
correct
with
you.
the
Listen,
social
man,
politics of it.
I think we can agree to what I'm about to say. Trans women, no matter how much they try, no matter how much they inject themselves with, will never be men. And trans men will never be women. Agree?
We can absolutely agree upon that.
Thank you. Awesome. I'm going to head to bed now. I'm glad we could come to that agreement. Thanks for having me, Pickle. It was a lot of fun to see you again.
Love you, Jaden.
Thank you.
At a minimum, we've agreed.
I don't think you know what you agreed to.
Probably not, dude. It is also 4 a.m, so I'd say that's fair.
All right. Are trans men?
No.
Okay.
What topics haven't we covered? We got the trans thing, didn't really agree. Immigration, I don't think we really agreed. I feel like there is equal playing field here where we agree.
So here's my thing.
What are some other things
Trump
you
has
have in
Trump
your
has
notebook?
vehemently lied to y'all about immigration numbers in both sides. He's used this to make you guys reactionary towards this. He's basically he had the same exact border laws as Biden did his first 3 years of presidency, and the border wasn't wide open. And he's just basically pointed at it for the last 10 years, just like Hitler, just like Mussolini, and he's hyper focused on this. And he wants you to focus on the 1%. The 1%, just like the Jews were in Germany, there were 1%. You guys are focused on this. Trans people, immigrants, you don't care. There's no actual solution. This doesn't help anybody. The only action you're taking is hurting us societally, economically, geopolitically, every single bit of. We have travel warnings in our country because of Trump. You guys are fucking up in every turn.
I feel like fucking up in every term is simply an overt exaggeration. I can understand, right, taking a firm political stance while you would condemn everything that has happened. But I think we both understand somewhere in the back of our minds, right, that that's not necessarily the case. Trump has done good things and has developed good policy. But with that being said, as far as the immigration standpoint, I go back to the fact illegal immigrants should be deported. Why
shouldn't we give them amnesty? Why shouldn't we do that? That's legal, right?
It goes back to the
punishment
argument I was making. Why shouldn't we just give everyone amnesty? Why isn't everyone just
Here's why we should. Okay, policies. For example, this is just going over. This is from Penn Wharton. This is the people that are in charge of teaching us as Americans economics. They're one of the best. This is also Trump's alma mater. The budget. This is the effect on the 4-year budget. The deficits will increase by $270 billion before economic feedback. That's free college for everybody. This is more important than free college to you. Effects of $350 billion with economic feedbacks. That's also ending homelessness. The 10-year policy would cost about $862 billion before economic feedback, and then almost $1 trillion with economic feedback. We could have fixed 700 things, but this is political theater for y'all. This is what you guys want the most. Besides lost revenue, these primary deficits would require new outlays that are in addition to the money. It's about another $170 billion. Here's the economy. Not surprisingly, most economic variables fall. By 2034, the 4-year policy reduces GDP by 1%, which is like $1 trillion. 10-year policy reduces it by 3.3, which is a lot more. By 2054, the 4-year policy reduces real GDP by 1%. The 10-year policy reduces by 4. I'm sorry, but per capita economic variables also mostly decline, including the fall of average wages by 0.5% and then 1.7% over the 10-year policy. Output per capita also falls about between 0.5 and 1%. You guys are fucking up the economy and the budget. Distributional analysis, however, the impact on wages vary by skill class. High skill workers, which comprise 63% of the working population, would see their wages fall. That's probably most of us. And then $494 per year for the 4-year policy, and then 2.8% on the 10-year policy. And then the bottom 35% will see their wages increase and then persist to fall thereafter. So everybody makes less money because you guys are bigoted. And as a result, the median authorized low-skilled workers born today, these changes translate into lifetime losses of around $8,600 to lifetime gains of $63,000 over a 10-year period. Overall, while permanent deportation policy can benefit low-income workers, reversals can leave low-income workers worse off over time as higher debt decreases. For every 500,000 people you guys deport, it's 44,000 people in the United States that lose jobs, United States citizens. You guys are fucking up at every turn. This is a social problem for you.
All right. So you found a source, right? You read off a bunch of estimations and projections. Projections, yes, from a source. I'm going to do the same. So the
find me one.
International Institute of New England, about food is getting more expensive, and that's a natural thing. As you have more people, food will get more expensive. That is naturally.
Here
what?
The policy here. What we'll do here.
That is here. Food gets more expensive.
When you deport people, right?
No, not when you deport people. When you import people. So you're saying, hey, we're deporting all the immigrants. I'm giving the counter argument.
Give me the name of the article.
Yeah. So if you go to the International Institute of New England, it will give you. They have a great article. 10 ways U.S. immigration policy is harming our communities and our economy. And then here, what else? So here's the great thing about this debate on immigration, right? We will go back and forth. We will cite sources. For every 100.
I want you to finish reading that. I really do, actually.
No. So for every 100 sources I give you that are saying illegal immigration is.
There's not a single source that says it's good. There's not a single source. I think you just misread it, man.
There is going to be 100.
No, there's not. There's not a single source. There's not a single economist that says it's good. Not for any metric.
Okay, so even if you fully believed in your argument, to say that there is not a single economist that does not.
There's not. Agree. Just find me one. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'll fucking do it. Let's see. What should we search on?
Economic effects of mass deportation.
Why deporting
economic effects of mass deportation.
Illegal immigrants is good.
This is what liberals do before we vote for this, by the way. Liberals did this before we voted.
What, you use Google to search things?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take the bold assumption to say that the politicians that supported the deportation of illegal immigrants also did the same.
And they knew that it would fuck up our economy but win them an election.
It's such a general overarching guide. Like even that, right? If that was the sell point you're gonna give,
it's literally true.
So ridiculous.
It's literally true.
No, yes. The entire right didn't look up, didn't do the research.
Yes, I've been doing this for a year and a half. I've talked to at least 1,000 of you. None of you know. All of you are negative 100 IQ on the economy in general.
So negative IQ on the economy. Mm-hmm. I live in a blue state, and I could tell you verbatim that's been dominated by blue. The increases in taxes and
because we have to pay all the red states' bills. We have to pay all the red states' bills.
So Vermont, for example,
it's a blue state.
Super blue state, has always been blue, will remain blue. The health insurance occupies between 20 and 22% of annual income, which is one of the highest in the country, despite being such a small state, is becoming less and less desirable by young people. We cannot retain our young people. We are trade.
This is just social. This is just a social thing. We look at economy. So this is a map. This is a map of all of the silly red states that are trying to figure out the economy still. All of the red ones take more from the federal government than they give every year. California has to pay that bill. So does whatever blue state you probably live in. They have to float the bill for all these fucking dumb fucks that do nothing but cut taxes for y'all every time they get elected.
So you mean to tell me that Vermont would improve in taxes if more states were blue? That's what you're attempting to convey to me.
Yes.
A state that has been dominated by blue policy.
Yes.
They didn't have to pay more into the federal coffers to compensate for the red states, then yes.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, so they do. But Vermont, if you look in there, receives more from Washington than they pay.
Yes, hold on.
So the state that receives more from... Wait, no, pause. Let's work through this.
Yeah, just real quick. A state like California gets back 88 cents for every dollar they pay into the federal coffers. So for every dollar every Californian pays in a federal tax, they only get 88 cents worth of benefit from that tax. Because the rest of it, the other 12 cents, has to go to red states.
Now you're going to tell me, Shim, you're going to tell me a economic policy that's common on the right or even just mentioned once that would help a state come out of a deficit. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to run you through all the blue policies in my current state that dramatically increase our taxes but serve no benefit to the common.
They're going to have to continue to increase your taxes to become above black, right? They have to.
Wait.
They have to.
Okay.
They would have to, right?
So we had the earlier argument that all the right leaning stuff is propaganda. We're all fueled by just right wing propaganda.
Yes.
Not the left. Nope. No
Correct.
propaganda on the left.
Correct.
The right. Okay. So that was the early argument. Now the current argument is that my blue state with blue policies is fucked up because of exterior red states. That's really the argument we're making?
Yes.
Oh my god, the delusion is obscene.
Do you want me to substantiate that?
What are you doing here?
Do you want me to substantiate that? Okay, so for instance,
can't substantiate
I
that.
can. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. I'm so sorry. Okay, so here we go. For instance, Trump, with his 2017 tax cuts, he did a thing that would reduce the amount of tax you could reduce, your tax liability you could reduce when including state-level taxes. So in California, there is a state income tax, and that is unique mostly to blue states. So Trump took the ability away from U.S. constituents in blue states to reduce that from their federal liabilities. So now you're getting double taxed in blue states to pay for the $37 trillion Trump has created in debt.
And so what form does that take in blue states? Where is that being taxed from?
Income.
Okay, I haven't seen an income tax increase that has been substantial, and that's not.
You were just crying about tax increases, bud.
No.
You were just doing it.
No. You said income.
Mm-hmm.
The tax increase I'm complaining about is healthcare, is property tax.
That's a red thing.
As well as a lot of left-leaning policies regarding Second Amendment things.
All right, that's not an economic thing.
You mean to tell me. So property tax increase. That's all because of all the red states.
Yes.
All their problems.
Yes. In fact, red states mostly.
Dominating.
Yes. You guys rely on blue states to pay for your healthcare too. Yes, I'm sorry.
So
I just looked it up. Shem, I just looked it up. Vermont is actually one of the very, very few oddball blue states that you guys actually accept $1.37 in federal aid for every dollar you pay in.
Also, here's the other big lie.
It says that on the graph in front of us, we receive more from Washington.
In fiscal year 2022, federal transfers made up 37.7% of Vermont's state and local government revenues.
Yes, we receive more from Washington. We are receiving more from Washington than we are giving.
But you are one of the only blue states that does.
So it is a pattern here. We're establishing
that we receive more.
What we're establishing is a pattern that red states, they lure you in with low state taxes, and then they do this. So California, if you are in the middle 60% or the bottom 20, you are in fact paying less taxes in California. But billionaires message you all day, every day, saying, "Oh, everybody's moving from California to Texas." Because, well, that's just them trying to tell you this so that you lower their tax rates. But it is more cheaper to live in California in regards to taxes than it is Texas. And they just hide it at the level of property taxes. And then they don't even pay their own bills there because those property taxes pay for schools. And then we have to come in and California has to pay 20% of red states like education. And Trump even cuts that.
Yeah, we had this. I live in a red state. I live in a central Midwestern red state. I live in Nebraska. We recently had this big Republican push towards let's reduce taxes, let's reduce property taxes, let's reduce sales taxes across the board. Let's do this big thing. Well, guess what? Now we're fucked. Our economy's screwed. We're now in the red for the first time in quite a while. Nebraska, we used to be able to balance the two pretty well. We actually had relatively low energy costs. We were one of the lowest states in the country for gas costs on the average. We actually did pretty good because we had decent property taxes. We had high property taxes, and that paid for everything. It allowed us to expand. And then all of a sudden, all these property taxes started getting cut because Republicans like your dumbass sit here and bitch about it.
Yeah.
And guess what? Now we're in the red.
You guys just want free shit. You don't want to tax yourselves. You don't want to pay for anything. You just want free shit.
Free shit. I'm
Yes.
not the one sitting here toting about fucking universal health care and all this fucking bullshit.
I haven't mentioned that, but it's very damning you said that. But yeah, if we had universal health care.
To double down, for example, we had a reduction in magazine capacity. Why?
It's not economic.
That's not because of blue states.
It's not economic.
That's not because of all the external. Oh no, sorry. That's not because of all the external red states.
It's not economic.
Policy.
I'm sorry that hurt your feelings a lot, but that's not economic.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about
that's not a blueprint.
I've been saying this the entire time.
You're taking Vermont as a blueprint for blue states, and it's not. Again, Vermont is an outlier.
It is. It is a very good.
It is not.
Bernie
Sanders an outlier.
Was a fucking presidential candidate.
Okay, but that's an outlier. So blue states always.
Bernie Sanders is an outlier. He was one of the presidential candidates.
Yes, he's a
significant amount of votes.
Yes, the reason you even know Bernie Sanders is because he's an outlier. Yeah.
He's a blatant socialist who received a lot of votes.
Social democrat.
Yes, and Donald Trump was a Republican outlier that got a lot of votes. So
he received the presidency. If you're trying to wait, what do you mean?
But he was still an outlier.
Bernie Sanders was an outlier. Trump was an outlier. But they're both outliers. If you're trying to reduce the significance of Bernie Sanders, you shouldn't say, hey, Trump was also an outlier. Guess what? He's currently the president. That defeats your point.
We're not sitting here trying to say that Bernie Sanders' every fucking idea is fantastic.
No one's saying that. But you're saying Bernie Sanders is an outlier, but you're also saying Trump is an outlier.
We're saying Vermont is an outlier. We're not just saying Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders does not control your fucking state.
Yeah,
he does. He dominates a lot of the policy. That is absolutely a thing. That has been a thing for years.
We have $39 trillion in debt right now as a country. Name one Republican policy that's going to reduce that.
Name one Democratic policy that's going to reduce
that. Yeah, we are going to raise taxes.
Go to your notebook.
Capital gains taxes.
Yep. We should just raise everyone's taxes. We should give the government more control of our money.
Bills? How else do you pay your bills? Do you pay, when you have a bill at home, do you just say fuck it and spend more money elsewhere? No, you take some of the money you actually make, or you make more money.
You just want free shit.
Pay that bill.
You just want free shit.
We want to pay that bill.
The idea that Republicans want more free shit is so absurd.
We want to pay that bill. We want to pay that bill.
Who's we?
Somebody to
pay that bill.
Democrats.
Every time Democrats are in office, we try to balance the budget. You guys come in and fuck it up because the only thing you guys have to offer your constituents is just tax cuts. It's just free money.
To reduce the amount the common man has to give to
this
government. That's not a ridiculous thing.
To this,
they accrue.
I can agree with
common man helps
restructuring
you
of the
prove
government. I can agree with
common man helps
restructuring
you
of the
prove
bill.
You would just be a progressive then, because anytime you start actually looking at actually balancing a budget, you just have to be a progressive. They're the only ones that were trying to balance a budget. You guys are just bankrupting us every time. You just said it, right? Like, you're so averse to the idea of increased taxes, you'll never vote for it. No Republican ever will. You're just putting us into bankruptcy every year.
That's just a solution to everything. It's just tax the fuck out of everyone, and that's the issue we have in Vermont, and that's why in droves young people are moving out of Vermont.
Okay, again, you're just, yes, there's a lot of messaging towards unknowing people who don't know what a budget is that move out of Vermont, or
What do you mean unknowing?
Yes, people who don't know politics, who just simply are agitated at high taxes. Meanwhile, they don't know where the police department comes from. They don't know where they don't know where the fire department comes from. They don't know where any of that comes from.
Liberals defunded the police.
When did we do that? When did we do that?
When?
Yeah, tell me the policy.
Defunded the police. I can go through. Okay, let's go through every state that has defunded the police. You're talking about public fucking services. Democrats in droves voted to defund the police.
Okay,
what are you talking about?
Can you tell me? We're talking about federally.
Defund the police. Let's go through it. In the United States, defund the police is a slogan advocated for reallocating funds from police departments to non-policy forming public safety and communal support initiatives.
We're asking for bills.
Yes, so defunding the police.
We're asking for a bill.
You just mentioned the police, and
you just read that sentence, didn't you? You just read the sentence where Democrats didn't do that, right? You just read that? The Democrat, you didn't read it out loud, but you read it.
Didn't say Democrats didn't.
Nobody has defunded the police federally, besides Trump.
No, even after those slogans, note Shem, even after those slogans, budgets for police forces across the nation went up. You can look it up.
You're just talking about a non-profit movement that was caught doing weird stuff.
About? So all the democratic movements are just non-profit. They don't do anything. Where is the?
That one specifically
I've done a great job.
See,
I would say.
You've been strawmanning the entire time. Every time I try to make a point,
I've given way.
Shut your mouth and listen. Let me speak.
No. I've given steps in your direction in the debate. I've stepped back on certain things, and that's the issue with debating with liberals.
What the hell have you stepped back on?
There is no middle ground. Everything when it comes to the political spectrum, when it comes to, you don't have to agree, but there has not been a single thing that there's a step back on. It's
we're not going to agree to things that don't happen.
Spewing bullshit until it exists.
We're not going to agree to things that don't happen. We are going to agree on the things that we see in front of our goddamn faces.
No, you're going to sit there and straw man and say that men are women, women are men.
You're the one straw manning.
Increase the taxes, decrease.
You mean balance the budget?
No, it is my turn for a second. You've been straw manning the entire time, because every time we make a point, like, raising taxes slightly is going to help us pay off the deficit, you sit there and switch over to, let's just tax everybody. We say, hey, let's have some common sense fucking immigration control. You say, let's just have no borders.
Yeah.
That's a straw man. And you've been doing it the entire conversation. I sat in the comments and listened to this bullshit for 45 minutes before I came up here. And you were doing it the whole time.
So, because you're presenting...
Deal with the argument
you're presenting an extreme. I'm presenting an extreme.
My extreme is not an exaggeration. You guys literally do nothing but create debt. Right?
So
is that not an objective truth?
You brought up immigration. What is the solution then to immigration, if not deporting illegal immigrants? Let's go back to this.
What did Reagan do again? What did Reagan do?
Reagan did amnesty, and it worked great.
That used to be y'all's position.
To everyone?
That used to be. That was your. No, that is also like an extreme, right? Like there's 1,000 things in between not doing anything and doing mass deportation, 100,000%. And putting ourselves in debt.
What is the solution?
Okay, pathway to citizenship.
With Reagan, there was a time limit. You had to have been in the country for a set amount of time. You had to have been employed for a set amount of time. You had to be able to support yourself and have your own home. If you had a home, if you were paying your rent and you were actually paying taxes, he said, "Screw it. All right, fine, you're good. We'll give you a solution. Then we'll give you a fast track to citizenship."
No, not screw it. Again, it's a straw man. There's 1,000 things.
No.
1,000 things.
Like I said, there are guidelines.
Screw it. He just said Reagan
I
said
said
screw it
after
certain,
those
yes.
guidelines were met.
Under
After
certain
the
guidelines, yes.
were met, yes. And he said
So-
after
so-
that, yes,
so
you have a
therefore-
fast pathway to citizenship.
So
And yes, that's what
therefore,
we should do.
So therefore, we publish a fast pathway to citizenship. We allow people to come in unmolested, and as long as those
Again,
guys
not
is,
let people come in because again, we have a time limit. They had to have been here already for a set amount of time.
So what about the next set of people? Reagan did it. Then we do it. Now Trump's going to do it, and then we'll wait.
And every time we
years,
do
and
it,
then
it
the next
benefits
person.
us.
So we just keep doing
we do it. It benefits us. Yes,
We just
because it
keep
benefits us, because
letting
it works.
people in unmolested.
Because it works.
We just
The crazy thing is, you guys did away with the program that helped us stop some of that stuff. So the CBP, where people could just apply online instead of walk through the desert for hundreds of miles and get raped. You guys took that away because it was so
walk
bad.
through the desert for 100 miles and get raped. Maybe they shouldn't do that.
Yeah, they didn't want to, so they used the app and you took it away.
So how many illegal immigrants are you housing?
Why do I have to have them in my house? They get their own house.
I've housed 3 in my life.
Infex, you are probably you exist as a extreme minority of people who actually live what you stand by. But the idea that everyone else in society,
They're contributors.
should contribute
You're
and do that is
you're
obscene.
you're framing them as net takers. They are contributors in every sense. So for them to be in my home would be weird. They have their own homes.
Let me alter. Hold on a second,
I
Shem.
can-
Let me alter. Hold on a second, Shem. Let me alter your question just a little bit, and I'm going to ask Pickles. It's almost the same question. Hey, Pickles, how many undocumented immigrants have you employed so that they could afford their own housing?
Dozens.
There you go. He lives by the same standard.
And as far as hosting and being a political advocate, that is excellent. I'm glad that you are doing that. I'm glad that you are at least living by the values.
It was not philanthropy. It was not philanthropy. It was just part of the economy. It was good for me. It was good for them. It was good for the people I did services for. It was good for everybody.
Why not employ Americans then?
Because the market in Texas is different. And employing Americans would increase home prices like it did in Florida. It would increase them a lot.
So you chose to economically employ illegal immigrants because it was financially beneficial for you.
Correct.
Now, note he did not employ them illegally. They still had ITINs.
Under that same guise, why would any corporation employ Americans as opposed to illegal immigrants?
So
why would anyone do
it? We are in population decline. Did you know that?
I could point to a ton of left-leaning policies that invoke population decline, but go ahead with your point.
Which one?
Go ahead with your point.
Okay, so what are the economic things that happen when population decline gets bad?
There's just go ahead. There's plenty when population when we
Can you name one thing that's worse than population decline for our economy?
I would have to look at numbers to put them.
There's not many. There's not many. Okay. There's not many. So what you guys are doing is working against that, also paying money to do that, and also costing us recurring amounts of money to do that, losing lost captured revenue, lost captured GDP. You're tearing apart families. You're creating huge tears in society. You're looking at the world's largest protests in history against this, but it's worth it because it's the law. When we can just write the law to be whatever we want, right?
So back to it comes back to the central question I've been asking. Then why the borders?
We can keep a border. You can have a strong border. It doesn't require mass deportation.
How do you have a strong border if you allow droves of illegal immigrancy?
No. You're skipping. You're conflating two things.
Cannot exist.
You're conflating two things.
Cannot exist.
You're conflating two things. So we can have a very strong border. Not a single person gets through, and not do mass deportation. Right?
Certainly, but who's being deported?
non-criminals, people contributing to our economy, people who don't commit crimes.
That's grade A BS that non-criminals are being deported. Criminals are certainly
70%. 70% are non-criminal.
For example, here in Vermont, we have a ERO. It is, forget the acronym. It's in Williston, if you want to look it up. Their primary and only purpose is putting together warrant packets to get rid of sex offenders. That is what that installation does. That's what they do.
Cool, man.
That's all they do.
We can get behind that. That's fine. Deport people who are actual, like, violent criminals, like people, if they steal a car, if they steal a stick of gum, get rid of them. But coming into the country is a $250 fine. So if we forego that, what are the damages that we see?
What are the damages? So there is a ton of backing, and I could pull it up if I need to, but the economic toll, taxes do increase. So this
that's
is just
not true,
right? Let's just talk about it.
That's not true.
Let's work through it. Let's work through it.
True.
If I take 100,000 people from a poor third world country, I import them to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
I now have to pay for those people health care to get
Nope.
up to date, because they will not. Yes, you do.
What program does that here?
Public programs, taxes. If I
Whoa.
No,
Spell this out. Spell this out.
So, for example, if I come from Mexico, right? I cross the border
Wait a
illegally.
minute. Let me ask a qualifier real quick. Let me ask a qualifier just real quick here. Are we talking 100,000 illegal undocumented people, or are we talking 100,000 standard legal immigrants?
Illegal undocumented.
Because there is a difference.
That's the argument I'm making.
Illegal undocumented. Okay, perfect. All right, continue.
So, if I am an illegal immigrant, I cross the border from Mexico, I somehow make my way up to Vermont, and I decide to walk into the University of Vermont hospital, my medical care will be taken care of. I will be taken care of.
Is that paid for by federal or state funds?
That is going to be paid for by taxes, period.
No.
Of an American.
No.
That is gonna. I don't know exactly.
This is why y'all are negative 100 IQ, and you've been propagandized on this. So, in every sense,
whether it's federal or state, it's still paid for by an American, right?
False.
It's not paid for by anyone. No one pays for it. It's free.
How do people pay state taxes?
They work, and the government takes taxes away from the
funds. And are you sure that's not like through sales tax and property tax?
It's through whatever tax.
Okay. How does an undocumented migrant escape sales tax? Can you go through that with me?
Okay. It does not. Here's the thing with where you're navigating this and the rhetoric you're developing here, right? The path you're taking us down ultimately leads towards an American taking their schmeckles, their money, their cents, their dollars, and they are paying for that healthcare visit of the illegal immigrant.
Wrong.
That is what's happening.
Wrong.
Then where is it coming from?
Them.
They're paying for it.
Yes.
The illegal immigrant is paying for his own multi-$1,000 medical care. That is not the case.
Yes.
When they pay their rent, just
yes.
like you.
They pay for it. How many dollars in taxes did they pay last year, Shim?
That's not.
How many dollars?
Your means to tell me is this illegal immigrant walks into the hospital, gets a multi-$1,000 medical visit, and he's paying for all of that. That is bullshit. False.
Yes.
It is grade A bullshit false.
If it's an emergency, you know that, right?
Can you
don't get a multi-$1,000 hospital visit for a cold.
Shim.
Listen, I'm not sure if you look like
Shim. How many dollars in taxes did they pay last year? Go ahead. How many billions of dollars did they pay in taxes last year, Shim?
The amount they pay in taxes does certainly not equivalent to the amount they take out in taxes.
Okay, but we have nothing but reports that say that's not the fact.
Look, once again, here's the thing with your reports and the things you pull up. Let's do this. How much? I'll type it out because we're using Google as our sources.
You're going to find a FAIRS report that says they cost us a net $60 billion in deficits. and that's a far right organization. And the other reports you'll see are from colleges and institutes.
Organization. It's all
Yes.
propaganda. There's always a solution. There's
Yeah. Every neutral institute that says this shows that they are costing us 7 times more by deporting them.
So the U.S. seeks 150.7 billion yearly costs from illegal immigrants. We primarily estimate that illegal immigration grew 12.8 million by October 2023, up from 2.6 million. Like, if we're speaking simply from not looking at number, the idea that I could import 100,000 people from a poor country and somehow they are a net positive.
Yes. Did you know there are countries that do this? There's countries literally praying and have programs that will pay you to come to their country and live. Do you know that?
Oh yeah, plenty.
Why do they do that?
Iceland is one of them.
Why do they do that? Why do they do that?
Iceland specifically is mostly due to the fact that their biological pool is integrating. So you have cousins marrying cousins, and they have a massive issue.
Okay. What about Spain?
Those countries do that.
What about Spain? No, that's not. That's actually unique to Iceland because they have more women than men. It's not that.
I'd have to pull up every other country. One country I know that does do that. It's also for specific regions. It's for specific regions.
Okay, so
the idea of transplanting 100,000 immigrants into a community and seeing what would happen, we already did that. We already did that. You know the whole story about the Haitian immigrants? They actually saved that town.
Yep.
They saved the economy of that town being there.
Springfield, Ohio.
New businesses.
And there's several. There's
Springfield, Ohio went into the black because of those Haitian immigrants.
So
that happened. They benefited the economy.
That's my point. Why?
That was your point.
No, I'm saying back to my point.
What would happen?
What
would happen if you dropped 100,000? If you dropped 100,000 undocumented immigrants into a community, and granted they weren't undocumented, they were asylum seekers, but the point still stands. We dropped we dropped a good portion of immigrants into a community, and they grew the economy.
The fact that they were asylum seekers is even more damning to your case too, because they got benefits.
Yeah, we know they got benefits. They got housing and food when they first got here.
Yeah.
All of them get housing and there's housing.
No, they don't.
There's food. There are documented examples of people getting phones and cash enrollments in. They're documented. There are documented.
Hold on. The phones that they got had a one-way line to their court and to their attorney. That was it. That was all those phones would do.
And it's still
they're still phones. They're still American tax dollars.
And I know. And we did the math. It's crazy. It's almost like we had a congressional budget office do the math and go, "Whoa, this pays for itself." That's crazy.
Yeah, once they become naturalized, they pay taxes, and in the taxes
if there's this overarching, hey, just bringing a metric fuck ton of people from other places works and it's amazing and it's good, then why even have the borders? Like, why you're not?
We can still have borders. I don't know what you're doing there.
Negative.
I don't know what you're doing. We can literally the people that are here minus the criminals. We can deport. We can try to aim for another 1% growth every year. That would be good every time. That would be 35 million people. That will never happen.
I can actually, if you want to ask that question realistically, I can answer it. It's because of capitalism. Capitalism only works. Hold on, let me finish my damn statement. Borders exist in capitalism because capitalism needs separation. Capitalism needs competition. You need one thing to compete with another, one town to compete with another, one state to compete with another. You need that. You need that in capitalism in order to drive economies. That's how that system works. Now, if we were to shift to like a completely worldwide socialist or communist system, yeah, borders don't mean a fucking thing anymore. But as long as you have capitalism, you have to have them. So it has nothing to do with some big weird issue to just keep people out. Yes, 1,000%. What you don't think it is?
Okay. That's where we're at. Capitalism being the issue. Okay, so here I'm gonna do the thing. Are you ready for it? Name a successful socialist state.
And
this is where it falls apart,
right? The Turtle Islands before the English got here.
The Turtle Islands.
Yeah.
The
Native
on
Americans had a
micro
relatively
scale.
decent economy.
A
On
relatively
micro scale,
decent.
we're talking tens of millions of people.
It's an
That's not
island.
a micro scale.
It's
At the
absolutely a
time,
micro scale.
at the
What are
time,
you
it was
talking
highly
about?
populated. At the time,
So
the population
populated.
density of the United States was highly populated. Most of them were, unalived over several decades.
You
Most of
feel
them.
like
So much so that it actually
the
reduced the
Europeans fucked
temperature
it
of
up.
the planet. You know that, right? So
So
many Native
external.
Americans were killed in such a short amount of
So
time.
we're
The
at the
temperature of the
socialist
planet
argument.
dropped.
Oh my God, we're
They
at
were.
the socialist
They were
argument.
actually as close to socialist communist as you could possibly get, as close as we've
So,
ever
so then
experienced.
why through civilization have none of them prevailed? It's all just because of
Because
external
they
forces.
were murdered, my guy.
Hey
Yes,
Shim,
because a capitalist
And every
capitalist system came
state-
in and messed them up.
Shim, what do you consider China? What do you consider China?
China is a capitalist state. Whether or not they say they are or not, they are a
Right,
capitalist state.
right. So I'm glad you have this nuance when we point to China, but they're not. They have a mixed economy. But you can have this nuance when you point to China. But when all of us on the left are talking about policies and you just call them socialism, communism, that's what you want to believe. You want to straw man it into that type of socialism, that type of communism.
Like you can't like here's once again where we have debates. Stepping maybe away from your argument for a split second to find common ground just doesn't exist with you guys. The idea that socialism is the overarching God-given fucking solution to everything is absolute bullshit. The competition, the competition that is derived from capitalism is what drives innovation, and that is an absolute fact. Whether it be in the medical field, whether it be in the structural field, whether it be in the agricultural field, every field benefits from competition in capitalism.
Your entire argument is bullshit. Your entire argument is bullshit.
Yep, that's just the answer to everything, right?
Hold on a second. Let me explain why. Because you just sat here and said, what, you can't have a middle ground? You just got to go to socialism. No, did not Pickles just say 2 seconds ago it's a mixed economy? Mixed economy means both. That means a middle ground. That means a compromise between capitalism and socialism. That is definitionally what you just asked for. So if that's what you're truly asking for, why don't you shut the fuck up and listen to the
Mr. No Middle Ground, Mr. Strawman Everything. You're the one who has no middle ground. You have no nuance, nothing.
Strawman everything. Okay, so that's, I mean, 4, 5 in the morning, presented arguments, gone back and forth. Everything I say is a straw man. I'm influenced entirely by propaganda. Like, cool. Right. That's where we're at. Socialism is the best thing.
Mixed economies. There you go with more straw mans.
Neither one of us said that.
Yeah.
Neither one of us said that.
Sorry, man.
That is why you're straw manning. Neither one of us said anything.
Everything's just a straw man.
Neither one of us said that.
Yeah. Now that's another straw man.
I brought up several excellent points. There is absolutely a tax burden that is incurred. There is absolutely a tax burden that is incurred. There's absolutely a tax burden that's incurred when you have a super high population of illegal immigrants, whether it be healthcare, education costs definitely go up.
The data doesn't flesh out.
Assimilation. You have issues with assimilation. Europe has seen this. Europe has seen this. When you
There's a bunch of people who scream as loud as me.
Okay, all right. So I know I'm not supposed to get into man's business up in this bitch, but hey.
No, there's no issues with you being a woman. Your opinion is.
No. I was being sarcastic because I'm a mouthy Italian and I don't stay out of anybody's business, to be honest. But honestly, I wanted to have I'm a healthcare provider, and I just wanted to have a serious, like, it doesn't have to be a long conversation about the healthcare and what I heard you guys talking about with emergency room visits. And can we for a second look at that sweet puppy? Sweet Pickles over there.
It is a very beautiful puppy.
She's gorgeous.
Look at the pickles.
All right. So as far as emergency rooms, or what is covered for, like, what's your understanding? That they can go to the ER and just get like whatever done? Or what's your belief with this?
I will acknowledge it's different by state, but I know in Vermont that we have a relatively strict no turn away policy. So when it comes to healthcare, and we have an issue with this, even with American citizens who are on the lower end, ton of drug addiction, a lot of things in Vermont. You walk into the healthcare facility, the wait times may be long, but they will take care of you. And those who cannot pay just don't end up paying. They can.
So
That's how that works here.
You're partially correct, because there are certain states like California and I believe Illinois where they have systems in place that are state funded. And I can't remember the one, I used to know the name of the one in California, but you can literally, as an immigrant, as a migrant who comes in without documentation, can be covered under their state Medicaid. However, for the rest of the country, in 76, the federal government passed a law, a guidance that we have called EMTALA, EMTALA. And that states that no hospital in the United States who accepts Medicaid at any point for anybody can turn away someone in the way of emergency care. They can be assessed and they can be stabilized, and that will be covered by state and federal combined Medicaid. And that, like you said, that goes for anyone. In fact, that's what I wanted to bring up were the actual numbers here, because so in, 2023, $3.8 billion went to this type of Medicaid, what they consider emergency Medicaid, 3.8 million or billion, sorry, in 2023. I'll let you guess what percentage of that went to undocumented immigrants.
So I don't know the percentage.
4.
I'm not gonna assume the percentage, but whatever percentage it is, right, we have to look at baseline principle that is a debt incurred by the American people.
I think the Republicans are more of a debt than migrants.
It's actually
Yeah.
0.4%.
And it roots back to, right,
Y'all being mad.
when I believe Vermont or United States should be more isolationist, right? Cutting costs in places that the taxpayer should not be paying for. So like Doge did a great example of laying out all the things that we're paying for. It was like lesbian dance theory in Uganda, or like stripper classes.
Dance theory. I hope you're being sarcastic.
Dog, all of these.
I want you to name a single country in history. Name a single country in history that was isolationist where it was successful. One ever.
No, so not entirely isolationist.
Ever.
No, that is
in
not
history.
When? So I can.
When has isolationism
when
ever
I say
benefited
extremes,
a country?
they're irrelevant. Yeah.
When has isolationism ever benefited a country? Period.
So it is not entirely isolationism, and that was absolutely not the argument I was making. It's not. I'm saying more.
That's
more
a backpedal. You just got here. You just said 2 seconds ago.
Yes. United States should be more isolationist.
We should be much
they
more
should be more isolationist. Yes, that is the statement I made. You're jumping to the extreme, but when I jump to extremes of saying open borders, it's irrelevant.
I want to shim. I want to do the math here, okay? I want to do the math. You want us to save 0.4% of $3.4 billion, and you want to pay $900 billion doing it. That's what you're doing?
Is that the estimation? That's the number you're coming up with? Is it costs $900 billion?
More than that, because it's a deficit. They're adding to the deficit. You're adding like $300 billion to the deficit, so that's yearly. That's how dumb you are.
That's not even. So it would not cost. And she pulling.
I showed you the projections. Yes, I showed you that.
You're saying $900 billion as if that only covers the healthcare costs.
No. This is what you're paying to get rid of migrants. This is what you're doing.
Yes,
you want to fix this.
This is that's part of it. 0.4% of 3.4 billion is part of it. Is
okay.
Part of
can you fill the rest? Can we make up the rest here? The gap between 3.4 and 900?
Do we? So that's your request, is go through every deficit or every amount of money that goes.
Someone's already done this work for you, and I pulled it up.
that goes toward, okay, off your ones, like I said, so your source isn't propaganda, it's not made up, every source
There's not a single
provide
source that
is-
disagrees with me. There's not a single source.
All right, so now I gotta go through cost of illegal immigration. Let's go through it again.
And again, I challenge you to not just look at something that changes the ledger. This is the propaganda you'll find. You're going to find someone who says that. Hold on.
If what I look up is all propaganda, then why am I taking the time to substantiate?
I'm telling you how to discern media disinformation. Okay, what you're going to look at is somebody saying that they cost us $60 billion a year, and they focus. Imagine holding a magnifying glass to this. Okay, this is what you're looking at. But when you zoom out, they pay for themselves. They pay for everything. So I challenge you to find something with a big picture.
So I'm gonna go through,
because I can do this with Americans.
Right.
It costs us so much money.
Right.
You white people are having kids. You Christians are having kids, and it costs me money.
At all. I'm also not white at all. But
By the way,
whatever you are.
Talking about, using
Bold assumption.
looking at a wider vision here and looking at the information that you're hearing from the outside, the Trump administration and in the campaign even said that in 2023 alone, that the immigrants cost us in healthcare $16.8 billion. That is like almost 3 times more than what the entire country cost us in a year. So I am just
Not to mention all the bullshit Trump's doing. Like, we could have just not done any of the side missions Trump has done, like renaming the Gulf of America. That right there was $4 billion, and you guys cut all of our soft power out of the world that fed kids and shit. It was $9 billion. All the shit that you talk about, like lesbian dance theory and shit. That was all still less than what you're doing here. You guys are fucking up our economy.
Cut, though. That doesn't erode the principle.
That's not
of like, hey, we shouldn't be paying for lesbian dance theory and fucking.
Yes,
Uganda.
we should. Yes, we should. Even
oh my God,
yes,
why?
we should.
Why?
Okay.
Why
First of all,
okay. Of all the things you said, the idea that American dollars should pay for lesbian dance theory and fucking Uganda is certainly the most absurd. Let's substantiate this argument.
Okay. So first of all, I don't even know if that's a real claim, but I'll name you a few claims that you also probably heard of.
No, to clarify, because I have to clarify fucking everything with this.
Go ahead.
The straw man or propaganda is it was an African country where they were paying for transgender stripper dances. It was something along those lines.
Okay, and we'll find the fact check on that, and we'll show you how that was propaganda and not true. But on the other hand, yes. Yes, every single one of those things, shrimps on treadmill, trans theater, and all this stuff, those were all very twisted and all approved once, right? It's not a recurring thing. So cutting USAID doesn't cut all of the future lesbian dance theory fundings that we have. Those are all still singly, like each line item, approved through the appropriate channels. This isn't something that snuck through, but we have to do this thing called soft power. China does it. Everybody does it. And this is a thing that we have to do. I know it just blows your mind to think about this, but we have to feed kids. We build roads. We build bridges and stuff to make alliances in other countries so that those kids don't turn out to be uneducated, hopeless people that turn into maybe terrorist groups we have to fight 20 years down the line. That is exactly the truth. That is exactly why every penny we spend abroad pays itself back 17 times over. And when we're talking about things like trans theater and all this stuff, that was a lie. So what Elon Musk did and propagandized you with was the fact that we sent like $40,000 to Ecuador or something like that, Colombia, for a trans theater or something like that. But that's not the case. It was $40,000 so that we could do some sort of influential coup, which is something everybody does, right? We do this all the time. Trump's doing it right now. We were doing coups on these governments, and we were trying to influence these politics to not maybe be so mean towards LGBTQ people and stop the violence, so they stop flooding into our country and seeking asylum from a protected trait. This is something that we gave $40,000 to a school who happened to have a trans theater teacher, and you guys bought into this. You guys are fucking snarling at the mouth, foaming, not caring for the facts.
I'll step back. Even $40,000 to support a school. It's an overseas school. Like here's like even stepping back, right? Okay, maybe it wasn't for lesbian dance theory, which I have a really hard time believing that all those policies that in line with LGBTQ plus or whatever they may have been, or lesbian dance theory, whatever they may have been, were American tax dollars that went abroad to support these things, right?
You know,
It's
Trump
still tax
Trump spends that
dollars should
golfing.
go to
Trump
Americans.
spent that today golfing. Trump spent more than that today golfing.
Not the collective Doge budget that they cut. That's not. No.
Trump spent $200 million paying himself to golf with our tax dollars his first administration. I'm sure it's going to be about the same.
Not
and Doge. No offense.
And
costs more
he's
than
suing.
Doge cuts.
He's suing us for $10 billion.
The act of Doge being open costs more than they say they saved.
Yeah, they it cost us money, and it was a whole lie, and I can show you that too. You're literally. I just don't have enough time.
So let's say this. Let's say it costs more than they cut. Let's say that. It's still American tax dollars in principle.
You're wasting
American
them.
tax dollars.
Yeah.
Going towards American policies and American things.
That's not even a thing either. Trump is the king of not doing that. Trump is the king of not doing that.
You're spending more to do less.
Yeah, you guys are spending more to do less. It's cost preventative. This is also the propaganda that Elon Musk. This is so sad for y'all. The Doge claims to have cut $165 billion, but if you have a calculator and you can read, you'll see that they only add up to $69 billion. And then when you actually go through those line items, and they are all listed here, they're all public information, they only really add up to $16 billion, which is far less than what it costs for the legal fees and all of the disaster that Trump has caused doing this without congressional approval.
And in all reality, what did Doge really cut? What did they really cost us? Because it wasn't those programs. They cost us about 150,000 federal jobs. And then that's tax money we lost on top of what it already cost us.
Cutting federal jobs does not equate to taxes. No, if you cut federal jobs, you decrease the taxes. That's
not
how
true.
that works.
We didn't spend tax dollars to train them and to make them skilled employees.
And they pay federal taxes as well. That's the whole point.
Right. If they're not working, they're not paying taxes.
And like everything that y'all cut makes no sense to like WIC. For every dollar that for every dollar we cut in WIC, we lost $1.50 to $1.80 in economic activity. It's literally negative IQ clown shoe bullshit.
To the also to the point of, as well as literally funding terrorist organizations like we're seeing in Minnesota.
Like we're creating in our own land by radicalizing.
What do you mean creating in land by radicalizing?
The United States has been the largest
American tax dollars going directly to terrorist organizations.
The United States has been the largest state sponsor of terror worldwide since the 1970s.
I just want to make the point that the war that just cost us money and lives also created a whole new radicalized generation that we're going to see here of young people who watch their families have to go through that we're going to see here. So yes, we are absolutely funding terrorism, the federal government.
We are terrorists.
And the left isn't radicalized?
We are terrorists.
Protests aren't radicalized?
Those are just any.
The burning of cities isn't radicalized.
That was y'all, by the way, not us.
Yeah, that's.
What do you mean that was y'all? The BLM protests. The whole BLM movement is absolute grade A bullshit.
Hey man,
the founders, three black women who founded BLM all have multi-million-dollar homes. They sat down with the president of Venezuela. The BLM movement, and I'm a black man. I don't support the BLM movement in a single stroke of the word.
The two most prolific arsons during the Black Lives Matter movements were both
far right. That was y'all again. Yeah.
This is propaganda, right? It's just straw man.
This is propaganda.
No, they were convicted. It's in court record. They are literally affiliated with the Boogaloo Boys, which is a far right white supremacist group, which has been cultured. But that's y'all. So you're saying that leftists caused all of this domestic violence. Y'all.
They did. To say that right-wing extremists caused more damage during the BLM movements than liberals did is an absolute false statement. If you're talking about propaganda, that is absolutely
look at arrest records. No, you can look at arrest records and court documents for that.
So all the Antifa, all the riots, all them sprinting into department stores, all of that is just propaganda fake. Those are all right wing.
No, we just do the math, and we can see that 70% of the domestic terrorism that takes place here in the United States is right wing. 20% of it is left. 20.
As a matter of fact, the guys
So
that were
let me
looting
go through
in Southern
pull up the
California,
politician.
the guys that were looting in Southern California, it was actually a pretty even split as far as Republican versus Democrat. That was a poverty thing. That had nothing to do with them being liberal or Republican.
Hey, Pickles, you can drop me there. I was just, I wanted to come up with the medical part.
I'll leave you to it.
No,
Pickles.
we appreciate it.
Thank you,
You
Nick.
have a
Thank
good
you.
night. Hey, as a
See you
mod,
guys.
just going to throw out real quick. Everybody, do the likes, do the hearts, do the subscribe, or the follow, do all the good things. Make sure you're doing the things. I don't see his likes going up fast enough. Let's get to 300K as soon as we can.
I would just like to, if you got a good article on left versus right domestic terrorism that says the opposite of what I've about to show you, I would love to see it. I have never seen it. I've been arguing this since February. None of y'all have any of the facts. You just have talking points from billionaires who want your vote. By the way, if you're on the right, you just get pardoned for terrorism.
Yeah, the January 6th. Yeah, I have. We could spend another hour on that debate. I was not a. I don't know if I stand where you think I stand on that. You brought up a great ideological behind political violence. I have another one from Axios, left and right wing, U.S. domestic terrorism, with left wing outpacing right wing.
But historically,
what else I can pull up? FBI. I'm not gonna necessarily trust that. That's become political.
The FBI actually deleted all of the data on this because it was very damning for y'all too. Trump removed it.
I don't like the FBI point blank period whether it becomes like left or right. I don't. It's become so much of a political organization. So I think we can agree upon that. I'm not a fan of the FBI.
It just really sucks. There's just no data to support any Republican policy, like at all, economically, socially. Nothing.
There is. I mean, I'm not necessarily in a position where I'm like sitting here next to my computer pulling all of it up. But there is, like...
You'd be the first person to show me any data. It's not really y'all's thing.
I mean, that was the first one. You presented political violence in America. I have this Axios post.
Yeah, but if you showed it to me, it would just look like this. Again, it would just be more and more saying that y'all do all of this. The left, the top 15 domestic terrorist groups in the United States are all right-leaning. The first instance of left-leaning domestic terrorism is PETA, who like to save animals. The left wants to feed and house everybody. You guys don't like black people, white people. You guys don't like Jews. You guys don't like gay people. You guys don't like trans people. School shootings, if you just look at the last few trans shooters, by the way.
Economically, Trump has increased the economic status in black communities. That is a commonly accepted thing. You may not accept it.
That's very vague. That's also just a talking point. There's no data on that.
That's an excellent talking point. That the economic
the person doing away with
that's a great thing.
The DEI, the doing away with DEI aimlessly, talking about how black people or DEI is a problem of plane crashes. And remember the helicopter hitting the plane? It was DEI. Remember? Like, you guys are attacking everything that's liberal.
I don't agree with all the DEI claims. No, certainly not.
Can you name one policy of DEI that's bad?
What I also don't agree with is hiring people based upon their skin color or their gender.
That's already gone. That was affirmative action. That was already gone before Trump started his attacks on DEI. So what's your actual new attack?
No, because there was a significant increase in persons of color as well as women in those categories where the DEI policies were enacted.
Wait, can you tell me a DEI policy you disagree with?
Let me pull it up.
I have nothing but data that shows every company that practices DEI does better profits, more productive. And there's not a study that says otherwise.
So once getting back to the principle, right? It even so, let's say my company is 100% more profitable because I hire black people. That's a really poor reason to be more profitable. That's not.
No,
That's
that's a
ridiculous.
private company thing. So, like, private companies can absolutely practice however they want to do DEI, and the fact that you guys are trying to go around and tell them not to is silly. But every company who has like an actual policy on DEI, it looks something like this. They say, we're going to do blind resumes, meaning we can't see someone's first name. So, what's your first name, by the way?
Jason.
Okay, but if your name was more culturally black, like you said you're black,
Yeah.
did you know that you would be 20% less likely to get a call back on your resume?
Did not know that. I'd like to see the source.
Yeah, that's a DEI policy.
Excluding first names is a DEI.
Excluding all names.
Okay. I've yet to apply for a job that it has excluded my name, but
You don't know what it looks like on their end when they look at your resume?
I do, but all the resumes I've submitted have included my first name, so that could be a policy that's.
I'm not saying that it didn't. I'm saying that it's something that when they receive a stack of resumes, they cover up all the names before they start figuring out who they want to interview. That's a DEI policy.
Hey, that's
what you guys are trying to like blanketly just do away with. Not a single person in the last 1,000 people I've interviewed have told me one DEI policy they know that's bad.
I would have to pull up specific corporations.
But you're already 10 toes down on the fact that it's bad, right? Without knowing anything?
I'm not necessarily 10 toes down. I think that, like, hey, you're a white man. Me and you walking into a job interview and I get the job because I'm black is an obscene and absurd notion.
That's not a thing that happens. Yeah, that's not a thing that happens. That's already illegal.
So, but the idea that covering up first names now makes companies 10% or whatever percent you had mentioned more profitable that's ridiculous to me.
Yes, because whether you like to acknowledge it or not, there's a bunch of old white men in power more than anybody else, right? That's literally a fact, right? Yeah, so what do you think that like people like my grandfather, who would be one of those old white men who still says the N-word, do you think he would be more or less likely to hire you than me?
Oh, he would absolutely be more likely to hire you. But here, so I have a probably more bolder take when it comes to racism, especially in the United States. I've experienced some. I don't think emphasizing I have a big issue with the identity and culture politics because I think it emphasizes too much on, like, people are so much more likely to sit up there and scream racism or scream Nazi when it's not warranted. And that's a big issue I have in society when we emphasize so much.
1,000% of the people I've talked to have no idea the meaning of the word fascism. Don't really know why y'all are fascists, but you're partaking in fascist politics.
No, that's not. Like, I've been to Germany. I got an excellent opportunity to study in Germany. It was all paid for on my own.
They teach you about fascism?
Oh, absolutely. Fascism, Nazism. Correlate what is currently happening in society to Nazi Germany fascism is a gross overstep. And, like, I feel like
we can talk about it. Let's talk about it. Shim, describe fascism in one sentence.
Fascism, I would say it's super extreme authoritarianism, like nationalism, and just right wing. It's extreme right wing. So it's a governmental organization.
No.
Governmental social organization
No.
that is extremely nationalistic, authoritarian, and right wing.
That's half right. So fascism is
not half right. Hold on, let's define fascism.
Fascism is not a government. Fascism. It's not a type of government.
An authoritarian or nationalistic right-wing system of government in social organization. That includes authoritarianism, nationalism, right-wing, government, and social organization, all of which words that I said.
And how many tenets of fascism are there?
How many terms?
Tenets.
Say again.
What are the tenets of
fascism? I do not know the tenets of fascism, but I do know that my definition of fascism was 100% correct.
It was after you
So let's
read
continue.
the Google search.
No,
but-
no, because I said all those words prior to looking up the definition.
All right. So
So it wasn't half
here's
correct. So come on.
why
Give me a
MAGA.
win, man.
Okay.
Give me a
Okay.
win.
All right.
All right. Let's keep going.
All right. The first tenet of fascism: powerful and continuing nationalism. So think about all of the people who have Trump tattoos, all the people who have their trucks wrapped in Trump and flags. They have 15 flags. They're screaming America first, even though it's just completely incoherent because you're not doing anything for America.
No nationalism. So we'll walk through them if I could provide a response to each. Nationalism in its own is not.
Yeah, that's why there's 14.
Bad. So let's go through the next.
And it's not just nationalism. Like I'm somewhat nationalist, but extreme nationalism. Like fuck your feelings, wrapped in an American flag. America, we're the best in the world. When
brother.
There's nothing to substantiate how we're best at anything besides maybe military. That's what I would say. Okay, disdain for recognition of human rights. I spent 6 months of my life recently trying to convince y'all that the 14th Amendment and the 5th Amendment exist. Same thing with the First Amendment. I don't know. I can rest my case there.
I would say our counter argument to the First Amendment. I've seen much more suppression of the First Amendment on the left than I have the right. You like anybody that tries, anyone who's right wing. I could do it right now. Like I could do it in the morning. We have protests consistently. I could go to one of those. They're gonna try to block my camera, cover it up. There's also a much larger push for hate speech on the left than there is a right, and that is just a thing. That is one of the tenets. They bring up hate speech much more than anyone else.
What do we do with that hate speech? Can you give me an example?
No. So as far as suppressing or classifying things as hate speech, realistically, under the guise of the First Amendment, there is no hate speech. So like I fly my American flag and I know my rights. The rights that cover me to fly my American flag also, unfortunately, cover the rights of my neighbor to fly a Nazi flag, right? I don't agree with the Nazi flag. I don't agree with any of the tenets, but he can fly that absolutely under the First Amendment. I fully support his authority to do that.
And your administration, so you would have to point from the top to the bottom. That's how fascism works. Fascism has a cult of personality sometimes, but it's usually someone trying to usurp all the power and legislate cultural norms from the top to the bottom. That has nothing to do with the people and organically just disagreeing with you and being a fascist. That is not fascism. But when we talk about Trump removing like the pride flag from the Stonewall, that was a thing that happened. He's trying to do with Pride Month, all this stuff. That is absolutely fascism, using the law to do that.
Okay, so your difference is necessarily not the societal impacts, but utilizing the law to instrument.
Yes, this is from the top down. From the top down.
Okay.
Identification
I can see what you're saying.
Identification of enemies and scapegoats for unifying cause. So trans people, migrants, Nancy Pelosi, Fauci. Mostly unwarranted hate and extreme fuel to act in very extreme ways towards these things, like I just told you about the budget and all that. That's your unifying cause, your scapegoat. Supremacy.
Similarly for Trump, for liberals, identifying a scapegoat.
Okay, but you would have to say Trump is completely like innocent and it's just unwarranted. I just don't think that's the case. Trump is the most inflammatory.
I think we can agree.
Figure.
We agree no one's innocent.
Well, Trump is the most inflammatory figure in politics, so I just don't think this is a good.
I agree. Very
counter for you.
But
supremacy of the military. Trump has spent more money than any president ever on the military. He had military parades. He is gutting all of our social programs to make it even better.
Okay.
That's what y'all do. In fact, it's really crazy what the budget looks like. I'll show you a pie chart later. Rampant sexism. We have most of y'all calling E. Jean Carroll crazy. You guys are having this like
what
very
policies though? I mean, when I bring up social issues or things, you refer to whereas a policy enacted, I will do the same. For
Roe v. Wade.
The suppression of
Roe v. Wade.
I would not call that blatant sexism. I think that's a further debate we can get into, but I'll let you continue. Sorry.
Controlled mass media. Trump is harassing people with the FCC and has called multiple organizations and news outlets illegal. He's kicked multiple out of the Oval Office and invited in like Russian state media instead. It's not good. Not good for you. Obsession with national security. This is the mass deportation thing.
Yep.
Also removing constitutional amendments that would give people the right for citizenship, whatever. Religion and government intertwined. Trump has started a federal anti-Christian bias task force. He is basically enacting
What's
Project
the anti-Christian task force?
It's an Agenda 47. It's led by Paul, whatever her name is, crazy evangelical lady who charges $1,000 for prayers.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that one. That's the first one I'm hearing of, but I add it to my list of education.
Yeah. Trump and y'all mostly all scream how we're a Christian nation. That's what you guys want. He's created a vacuum for that. Corporate power is protected. Trump is holding hands with the CEO of NVIDIA and oil companies and whoever else, and striking down FDA laws and consumer protections and environmental protections. He's basically done away with just about every thing that has to do with green energy, alternative energy, just to make his friends very, very rich and himself very, very rich. He is choosing favorites.
I would say the energy piece is a weird one because that like there was a big suppression on nuclear when nuclear is certainly from the left. There's a big
we can do both.
green energy, not nuclear. We absolutely can do both.
Biden actually did a lot for nuclear too, so that's not true.
Yeah, I've seen several policies on the left that concentrate on green energy when it's not necessarily warranted.
It's diversifying.
I think the power grid is a big issue on both the left and the right. No one can figure it out and how frail and weak it is.
It just costs money. We just need to invest in it, just like every other country has.
Yeah, exactly.
And you guys are against that too.
Okay. I would say, as well as with the there was something you had said that I thought was a good corporate protected. I also say Trump has been big against. I forget which policy he had implemented, but BlackRock buying up single family homes. That was a big topic of discussion. I know he has suppressed.
He hasn't done anything in that instance. He just said it.
I gotta look up the exact policy. But
all right. Well, I'll give you two more to look up, and it's the exact opposite. Yes. So he's basically just propagandizing you, holding a carrot in front of your face. Same thing he did with like Doge checks and stimulus checks. He actually did away with a lot of stuff. I just brain farted.
You're good. It's been a long conversation.
Disdain for intellectuals and the arts. So you guys think that college is liberal indoctrination? You guys.
It has a ton of evidence of that.
There's no evidence of that. What doctrine are they following?
There is.
What's the doctrine?
People bring it up, and I would have to, let's see what the exact university. One university was teaching the Communist Manifesto not as a historical piece, but as a political piece. Also, it is like very commonly accepted that once students go to university, they become more liberal. That is like
you're 70% more likely to be a liberal. 70% of college graduates are liberal, but it's for learning critical thinking, for learning history, and looking at these parallels before you vote would be probably part of college, and they would probably vote liberal.
Okay, so you can't. But here's the thing: you can't de facto that education. Right, like
it's projection.
This is level of projection by professors in a more liberal sense. There has to be some level of acknowledgement, right? So you're saying,
it's not. It is organic. It is 1,000% organic, and it is. It absolutely has everything to do with that. Organic. I would say it's 1,000% organic, and I would say that it's not this like big scheme of fascism where Biden's like, you need to start teaching communism in all the schools. Nobody did that. You guys are doing that. You guys are doing that.
We've seen policies that implement that, right? So the transgender topic that we debated about earlier is definitely it's very debatable topic. But what you have also seen, right? So we have society. The transgender debate is more of a societal, right? We can split government or debates into mostly social, political, and economic. The transgender one is one amongst the social makeup of our society. That is certainly more enforced in schools. Like, for example, here in Vermont, we've seen several high schools put litter boxes in bathrooms
That's a
because
lie.
children.
Find me the high
No,
school.
I've been to the high school. Okay,
Find me the high school. Go ahead.
North Country Union.
Give me a news article.
North Country and Union, Vermont. I will also give you Colchester High School in Vermont, completely eroded and broke down their.
There's not a single school. I have read this. Find me an article, okay?
I promise. Oh my god.
Find me an article.
I've been to the high school. I don't know how.
Again, this is not systemic. This is not fascist. Nobody's doing this. And if you can make it,
systemic thing,
this is not systemic.
That is.
What organization is going around doing the litter box thing? What's the Department of Education is doing?
Yes, Vermont. Yes, Vermont Department of Education. It was a thing. They allocated funding to it. So there were litter boxes in North Country High School, which is located in what's the North Country High School.
Here's your fact check on it.
It's in Newport, Vermont, as well as Colchester High School. I've been there directly. I watched the construction of it. They tore down the male and female bathrooms, and they put stalls. So the system they have now, as opposed to like male and female bathrooms, they have all these stalls that open up into like a trough where you can wash your hands in a mirror. So now it's just stalls for people to go to the bathroom as opposed to male and female. So there's
what's the bad outcome of that?
The bad outcome is money being allocated to a societally like debatable topic, right? So like let's say for example, we all decide like half the country doesn't really like blue and the other, that's a super poor example.
This is, by the way, this is a fact check on your classroom thing. There's no litter boxes. It's a hoax.
No, that's not a hoax. I've seen them. Like I promise.
There's no
absolutely.
This is not. This is literally you were buying into the silliest conspiracies, dude.
No, I'm not buying into a conspiracy when I'm seeing it with my eyes. I've been to North Country High School. There were absolutely litter boxes. Your AI overview, unfortunately, is incorrect. Colchester High School is the same thing. The bathrooms were completely
Melinda, thank you so much for the $40 to kick. Profile picture is a rapper, Little Dorky. Look up this lyrics in the most popular song. Oh, Little Dicky? Oh. Am I getting this right, Melinda? They're boxes for school shootings, so kids are going to leave themselves when they can't run to the bathroom. Yeah, any instance where you'll see something like kitty litter or something posted up in a classroom, that's what that's for. Again, extreme propaganda, rampant cronyism, corruption. Just look at Trump's 2025 list of people he's pardoned for money, and the people in his regime that are felons, fraudulent elections. It speaks for itself. He hit every single one of these, every 14 tenets, perfectly. Trump is fascist. Y'all are fascist. Stop being so offended by it. Own it. Song is Holocaust. All right. My dog is crying to go outside, y'all. Do I have anybody who wants to hang out while I do that? Do I have any mods that want to come up? So now the right-wing policy made schools have litter boxes. Yeah, it's right-wing policy for schools to have litter boxes, not left. Zilla, you want to come up? Oh, Nick's here. Okay. All right. Also, I forgot to give somebody a shout out. Somebody also donated $20 before. Kristen Klotz. This was 2 hours ago. Kristen, thank you so Christian. Thank you so much for $25. Just love you, Pickles. Love listening to you destroy Liam. Thank you so much, y'all. Chat, I do have a Cash App and a Venmo and a PayPal in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, it's the best way to do it. It's how I buy my doggy treats. I'm gonna take her outside really quick. I'll be like 10 minutes. Give my gaming chair some hype while I'm gone. Give it some love. See you in a bit.
All right. Anybody who wants to come up and chat? We don't have to debate. Oh, there's little girl Pickles. Everybody say hi to the puppy. But yeah, feel free to request and come up. We don't want to lose his live. I know there's people down here. Oh, hello, puppy. I'm trying to think of what has come up. I would love to talk to some people about just, it can be the absolute most based discussion about Dr. Jesus, your favorite MAGA doctor. Oh, I got a taker. Hi, Miranda.
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh my God, so much better now. So I just want to rant for like a quick second.
Yeah, for sure.
So my dad is like so super MAGA, right? And like I used to think my dad was like the smartest person in the entire world. And then like I went to college.
Right.
And that was rough. And so, you know, like the past like 10 years, like it's just been a constant struggle. And today, him and I were just hanging out. I went over to see my sister's kids, and then they had to go home. My parents and my sister live close, so my mom picked them up, took them home. And then it was just me and my dad. And my dad had made like some comment about healthcare because my uncle's going through stuff. And my dad like wanted to make a comment about like all the pills that he's on. Oh, it's the insurance companies, and it's, oh, can you believe it? They're screwing us like this, and blah, 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 blah. And I don't even remember how we got there, but we got on undocumented immigrants, and I finally just like took a moment to like really speak up and was like, let's talk about it. So we started, you know, debating about undocumented immigrants and how they're not actually a blight on the healthcare system like MAGA likes to think, you know?
Yep.
And, you know, me and my dad, we're very much like the same people in the way that like when we get heated, we get heated. So like no debate is ever a good faith debate.
Right.
And we just argue. And I think in my years, I've learned how to, you know, have a conversation that doesn't get so emotionally charged. But he's an older generation. He gets angry. And so we were having a conversation, and I just feel so good about the fact that today I finally got him to admit that like the reason he won't have like a good faith debate with me is because he is emotionally immature.
Interesting.
It was insane. We got on, I started, you know, spitting some facts. I was like, Dad, do you know like the percentage of people that were kicked off Medicare this year, like were children, people on disability? He just wants to do the MAGA talking points. Oh, they're lazy, they're criminals, they're this, they're that. Sorry, I don't know if I'm like saying
You're fine.
buzzwords that will get the,
You're good.
you know, the flag. But so stop me. But
I
it was
will,
just
but you're good.
insane. It was insane. And I was like, so he's, you know, he's arguing with me, and I'm pulling up all of the points, and I'm pulling them up on my phone so he can see them. And finally he just got so mad and he was like, Miranda, we're done. We got to be done. We can't talk about this anymore. And I was like, okay, well, please explain to me why. Because, in the past, it's always been a me problem. I get too emotionally charged. I'm the reason that we can't have a conversation. And so finally, like, I just learned how to calm down. And I was like, Dad, like, what is the issue? And he's like, I just can't talk about this with you. You would be so happy living in a socialist ideology. And I was like, I don't think you know what that word means, but like, why do you think that? And so he gets so upset with me that he's like, I just can't have this conversation with you. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm trying to have like an honest, good faith debate with you. I'm trying to talk about these points and let's argue the merit of both of our sides because like you're my dad and I want to know how you think. I don't think that's crazy, right?
No.
And I listen to a lot of dark pickles now.
Dark pickles now. Yeah.
I listen to a lot of Good Trouble, Brenna Perez. I dabble in like the Dean and the Parker aspect. They like to troll their debaters, so like
it's a different.
It doesn't quite give me the talking points, but I'm trying to pull these points. And I say to him, I'm like, well, why is it so hard for you to hear the points that I'm trying to make and to possibly come to the understanding that you could possibly be wrong? What is so wrong about being wrong, And he just gets so upset with me and he's like, I just can't do this. I can't do this with you. I'm like, well, why not? Because I'm not calling you names, but every time I bring up a point that you can't disprove or that you can't find a fault in, or that you can't come up with a MAGA talking point fast enough, your default is to like name call me, your daughter, and call me a brainwashed, woke liberal. And I'm like, mind you, you paid for me to go to college, and then I went to college and got educated, and now you're mad that I'm educated. It's just this crazy paradox. And he finally, after 10 years of having this argument with him, he finally just admitted to me, well, because I just can't handle it. And I said, so you are admitting that you can't emotionally regulate enough to at 55 to have this conversation with me, a 29-year-old? And he was like, yes, I can't. I said, okay, so you finally admit that we can't have this conversation because you're an asshole? And he was like, yes, that's what I'm admitting.
So he discovered it, or it was a discovery that you made and he agreed to or agreed with? Because I think that's what people were asking in the chat.
I think maybe a bit of both.
Okay.
It's a really weird thing. And like the whole reason that like the conversation really triggered me is because when I was hanging out with my sister's kids earlier in the day, we were all at his house having dinner. He wanted to be like, he was sitting on the couch watching his MAGA memes, and then he found one he thought was funny. And he pulled up like a Trump meme and he was like, I normally don't do this. You do this all the time. And then he read me the meme and I just like didn't react. And he's, laughing about it in front of the kids. I'm not going to make a fight in front of the kids. Whatever. And then like it comes up like an hour later and I'm like, so if you are agreeing with me that we can never talk politics with each other and we can never have a good faith debate because you can't emotionally regulate yourself, then here's my condition. And I had to tell him, I was like, you're never allowed to say stuff like that in front of me. You're never allowed to throw me these funny little talking points that you think are funny, because if you're telling me that I'm not allowed to argue my side and you can't emotionally control yourself enough to have like a factual based conversation with me, then like, what are we talking about?
Right.
And it's crazy, I know there's a lot of liberals and like, not even liberals, but like centrists and independents that can understand the plight of having like a really hard right parent and how hard it is to like get them to understand that like as their child, you have learned and grown and have experienced the world enough to like have these conversations. And finally, for the first time today, My parent admitted to me that he is just emotionally immature.
If we had only known. So, and I think, you know
Oh
what,
my
that's
God.
this is something that we should take with us through all of our conversations like this. It seems like this is I'm hot take, and maybe come up if you disagree, but that line of thinking, that being that hard and set in your far or just right, whatever you consider yourself, leaning, if that's where you're stuck, I think that's emotional immaturity. They coincide, they go hand in hand. I think you can conflate them with each other, completely honestly.
Yes. It's so wild. And for people in the comments that are saying, like, like I saw one that said, does it feel like a win? It does and it doesn't. It's so complicated because my parents, like, they are mine, and it's very hard to love them through this cognitive dissonance that they're feeling. And one day I will not have them, and if I don't try to have these hard conversations with them, and I don't at least try to get to the cornerstone of why it's so impossible to have the conversation, one day when they are gone, I will still feel as though I failed.
Interesting. That's an interesting take.
And it's, of course, like, you should cut toxic people out of your life. And I have done that with, plenty of my family. But, like, those two, and my mom has come around a lot more than my father has. My mom and I have, like, separate side conversations. We get to be girls, and I go, do you really think what he thinks? And she's always like, well, I just don't like it when you guys fight. I'm like, you're part of the problem. Like, if anybody knows the necessary conversation, I feel that on such a deep emotional level, but my dad is nowhere near that bad. At least he was able to admit that he doesn't have the capacity to have this conversation with me,
right,
so that I don't feel like there's a mark that I'm missing. It's just a mark that he is missing to see. And, like, I guess my question is, like, how do we help people get there when we care about them so much, and then at the same time they are wholly indifferent to the morals and standards that we have? Like, before you answer my question, the example, my dad wanted to talk about undocumented immigrants, and he uses all of the MAGA trigger words, the illegals, the this, the that.
Yeah.
And I was like, so you're talking about, like, and it was so great that I jumped into the live when Pickles was talking about this, because it was like the percentage of people that use the healthcare is a drop in the bucket compared to what they pay, what we pay, social benefits, all of it. And I'm like, so your argument to me right now is you think that because people were born on the wrong side of a drawn line, that they just don't deserve to be seen for an emergency? Like, and I just said, like, well, that's not a politics thing, Dad. Like, that's a moral standpoint. And if that's where you're at and that's where I'm at, then, like, yeah, I guess we'll never disagree. But, like, I guess I'll see you for Grandpa's birthday next week.
Right.
Like, it's just and then the cognitive dissonance that it creates in myself. Because I love these people, but how did I come from you and you can't see what I see? It's just,
oh, girl, I know.
Oh, it's wild.
It's
Brittany, who sent the scissors, I feel you, girl.
Listen, we've had, so out of my remaining siblings, 2 have cut my dad off. And my dad is a highly educated. I'll tell you that our oldest brother, we lost him. He was killed in action over in Afghanistan. several, like
I'm so
it's
sorry.
been over 10 years ago now. Thank you. And still to this day, my dad watches Fox News from morning till night, or Fox, entertainment, as we know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But even all of that has not changed him. And it is such getting them to see the light, I think there's not a fight that we can have on any level that's ever going to change that, or an argument or showing points. I think it's either cutting them out or cutting them off.
Right.
And
You'll either
then-
get there or you won't.
Yes. And then, you know what? Unless you're able to sit down with them and just exist without that aspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all we have left. We cut them off because we're not going to accept, if they won't come to our side, doesn't mean we have to come to theirs. And we're not going to.
Right. And the fact that he admitted that he's too emotionally mature to even like see like a point of contention that we could argue in good faith. I'm like,
yeah,
wow. And you're calling me like the uneducated, like brainwashed, like you can't even have a conversation with me about this.
But you know what? At least he told you. And now if you ever go back for a conversation, it's kind of on you,
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's
100%.
it sucks, but that's the decision we have to make.
Oh, it's so hard. My sister, not to get too personal, but my sister is currently struggling very, very hard with a lot of personal things in her life. And me and my sister don't have the best relationship for different reasons, nothing political, but like my parents are kind of the conduit to my sister's children and me. So like that line of communication is open for those children. And it's just like, but it's so hard. Like I have to see y'all so I can see them.
Yeah.
But like this is the conversation that we're gonna have every time I come over to take them for ice cream. Like it's just it's crazy.
Like I'm a little older than you. In fact, my kids are probably close to your age, but I'll tell you that as my dad is 82 and he was old when we were born even, but I promise you, as we reach the end of like their years, we're going to look back and we're going to still despise it, but we're going to not ever wish that away. All those arguments we had, unless they're, spiteful and hurtful, but the political arguments we're having with our parents, like,
But it has to go somewhere,
we have to let it go at this point.
Yeah.
It's either that or we just don't deal with each other, and that's not something I'm willing to do.
Ugh, what a great perspective. Pickles is back. I'm happy you took the doggy
Thanks
for
for
a
coming
walk.
up.
Pickles, I jumped in because your talk with that last insufferable person about immigration hit all of the points that I spoke with about my dad today. And then my dad just admitted he was too immature to have the conversation with me. So we cut it there. And so I just wanted to jump in and like offload that because does anybody feel like me?
Very much so.
Yeah, that sucks. I hate that. My whole family's MAGA too. And
oh my God, it's horrible. And I live in Florida. Fucking double whack.
And if anybody ever wants to pay for me to just like leave Texas and move, you know what? Do it. I'll move. I've always joked.
Nadia in the comments said, talk to them about your time together before Trump. And yes, 100%. I try so hard, but it just lives in the back of my brain. And it's so hard to disconnect that because their reality is just not mine.
And it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be on either end. We just, like I said, a lot of people we can cut out, and it's a real tough one with your parents, but I don't know. That's just not something I'm capable of.
Oh, I admire you. I will get there.
You will.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Once those kids are 18, oh my God, everybody can just hear what I have to say.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, but just enjoy that you have a family too. Don't forget that.
100%. Well, thank you so much for letting me on.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that
Thanks
we
for coming up,
buffered,
love.
and I'm sorry if I made anybody upset for not cutting my MAGA parents off. It's rough out here.
It's
Anytime.
We're
totally
Thank
working
you.
on
that's
it.
your
I'm
decision.
really hoping that they see the light one day.
Thank you so much for the kick.
Of course, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know how to you can kick
Oh,
me.
I gotcha. Like if I disappeared tomorrow and didn't talk to any of my family ever again,
just meh. I get it.
yeah.
I understand. To each their own. I'm in a different state as my parents, and so it's not like I need to be, I also have abandonment issues like a mother effer. So I'm not, to cut people off is difficult already. So I don't know. Could you cut off? You're not cutting off your family right now.
I talk to my dad like once a year.
Yeah, and he's disappointed in you about Easter things.
Yeah. And I still talk to my mom. She's actually kind of leaning away from MAGA. She's not MAGA anymore, but she's still very conservative, and she's a flat earther.
Interesting.
So
What flavor of Christian is she?
I don't even know. It's new.
Something new. Yeah. Interesting.
New for her.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. We kept a whole over 850 in here. Everybody listen. What did I tell you today? We're raw dogging it with the Lord from here on out.
That's right. Hand in hand.
All right. You can drop me if you're ready to pull somebody up.
All right. Thank you so much, Nick. Much love.
Thanks, Pickles. Love you.
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
It is.
Is this the hoodlum?
It's the most handsome, smartest man on TikTok.
Is that a picture of you?
No, it's not.
Oh, I see you now.
Yeah,
hoodlum.
that's Chet. Have you seen his videos? Do you like his work?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's a comedian. He does skits. They're pretty funny. Kind of like the Bistro guy.
Okay.
You know the Bistro guy with the
I don't know.
restaurant.
One sec. Hoodlum, I brought you up for one reason.
Is it because I'm the most handsome, smartest guy on TikTok?
No, because I
that's why
wanted
most people bring me up.
because I wanted to kick you. It just feels good. Hoodlum, eat wieners. Eat wieners. You're welcome, chat. I hope you guys are having a good night, chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for so long. It's been like 4 hours. Oh, guys. I have the best job in the world, dude. Every MAGA that thinks this isn't a job, dude, it's not. It's the best. It's the best. What are we doing with ourselves tonight? Dude, dude, that's the most trolling I'll do. You fucking suck it up. Suck it up. Suck it up, chat. I'm the chillest debater on this app. Deal with it. Deal with it. I'm also just the coolest. I'm not the handsomest, I'm the coolest. I think Dean, I would say Dean or Hector might, or Isaiah. Isaiah might have me beat way hard with the looks. But I'm the fucking coolest, alright? Nobody can take that from me. Did his balls shrink again? Dude, it actually kind of resolved something for me. There's this other person that's here all the time that I always thought was Hoodlum in disguise, and it's not. I just heard Hoodlum's voice again for the first time in like a few months, and it's distinct from the person I thought. You know what I'm talking about, Cecil? Y'all know Cecil? I always thought Cecil was Hoodlum until just now. Vince says, I think you're cute. Vince. Come over here and get a forehead kiss, baby. Young Tom Brady? I'll take that. Guys, I so badly want to stream on this alt account. Please help me out with some follows. This is my alt. And I want to be able to game. I want to be able to game and do IRL streams on this thing, so help me out with some follows on this. This will be my backup for when this thing gets knocked out for a week, whatever. Pickles, you're very handsome. You guys stop it. Can you admit Isaiah's hot? Yeah. Let me see what young Tom Brady looks like. This might be pending a ban. Oh, that part is illegal, dude. You just know. You just know he was crushing it back then, dude. That's a handsome Tom Brady. If I had those locks, chat, be game over. If I could grow hair, game over. That though? Do you guys want to see some of my recent purchases? Since we're kind of running out of debates, chat, we're looking for MAGA debates. But since we don't have that, let me find my purchases that I just made so you guys can audit my my new wardrobe. Oh yeah, bitch. Oh, dude. Here we go. These are my new shirts. This is my new vibe, guys. Like 70s. I'm tall and skinny, so they need to, you know. We're going for these kind of things, though. How are we feeling about this, chat? Can we get some yays and nays? Are we rating the drip? Yeah. Why is this Adam's apple so hot? Did you start to go bald young? Yeah, kind of. I'm 37. Okay, here's the other one. What do we think? You gotta remember, I have tattoos, so I like really like plain shirts that will make My tattoos kind of pop. Yeah, it's Oxnit. Yeah. Look at this owl. Oh yeah. Someone say meh. Damn it. Oh, and these pants. Not even gonna try them on. We just bought them. We just got them, guys. Gives Uncle Rico vibes. Yeah. I look 21. You guys stop it. That's how you get your fucking toes sucked. Saying shit like that. Love the owl one. Me too. Me too. I have stuff from there, and I got my boyfriend's stuff. I'm a pinup, so 50s vibes, W. Listen, guys. I'll show you my hairline, chat. Rare hairline appearance from Pickles. Okay. Alert to media. Sort of like completely balding, but it's thin. So I just wear a hat. I'm not trying to lie about it anymore. Like, I used to have my hair kind of like somewhat growed out, and I'd still wear a hat. We're just shaving it, guys. We're just. I have a buzzer that I bought during COVID because you couldn't get your hair cut. And I've just been buzzing it since. It's nice. It's cheap. Blessed with the hair jeans. Dude, I'm so jelly. These clothes are from Oxnit, sorry. And I also got some hats. Let me find these hats. You guys want to see a picture of my most recent ex? Sorry, that was mean. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the hats I bought. Oh, fuck. This is a good one, too, that I bought. That's the last shirt that I got. I actually really like that one. Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. I bought this hat. Come on now. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is dope. Can I just do this? Hold on. You don't see a hat? Hold on. What's the material of the shirt? I have no idea, actually. Is it knit? It seems like it is. Seems like it is knit. How obsessed with Trump am I? have a tattoo in my truck wrapped, and I defend him on everything. I'm that obsessed. Just kidding. That's y'all. That's y'all, chat. MAGA. That was joke. I did funny. Okay. Okay. This is what I got. This is the shop. You guys should check this shop out. It's so sick. I got that hat. Hunter Hunter. It's got a piece of metal in the front. And then I got this one. Are you freaking kidding me, chat? Are you shitting my dick? How sick is that? An LA app, but you live in Texas? It's about the spirit, all right? So this hat is, if anybody's familiar with Naruto, the like bad guys, like the really cool bad guys, are called Akatsuki, and this is their like vibe. The clouds, the red clouds. Oh, I'll show you. So these are the Akatsukis. These are the bad guys, and they're like fucking just so badass in this show. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. They're just so cool, dude. You're wearing their tank top right now, Tony? No shit, dude. Itachi's the GOAT. I have Akatsuki Crocs. Can't find them right now. Akatsuki were OP, yeah. You still haven't seen Naruto? It's a real undertaking. It's a lot. It's a good like summer worth of binge watching. Thank you for the ass shaking corgi. I'm actually really flustered that my chat for my stream is not on my PC. I can't get it to show up. Just have to look at it on my phone. Guys, are we about to watch a movie in Discord? About my boyfriend, the Akatsuki bonnet, and then oof, that's badass. What do we got Akatsuki up for? This is the Trump administration, but not as cool. I think the Trump administration is more like the Ginyu Squad. The Trump administration's the Ginyu Squad. Hold on now. Oh. The RFK. We've got Cash Patel. Trump is just Frieza if you really think about it. Frieza is so racist. I think Frieza might be Stephen Miller or something. He might be Trump. Ah, I'm so funny, chat. Look up the Kash Patel children's books, dude. Kash Patel's a fucking weirdo, man. Steve Miller is Orochimaru. Yeah. Yeah. Or his fucking sidekick that was really annoying. What's his little sycophant sidekick? I fucking hated that guy. The Plot Against the King, dude. Have y'all seen these? Please tell me you've seen these, chat. Kash Patel published these. I think it was his wife. The Plot Against the King, 2,000 Mules. This is who's running the FBI, y'all. The Plot Against the King 3, The Return of the King. Yeah, he wrote children's books. This was before the administration. Yeah, totally not a loyalist. Totally not some weird sycophant. These aren't ripoffs. This is not fake. This is not AI. This is not propaganda. This is real. This is a 3-alarm situation, guys. This is real. This is real. Is that Cash? Yeah, there they are. The special message from Dinesh D'Souza, of course, dude. How did these people get in, dude? How did this happen? Characters number 2 are all people we know. Oh, Sam. I love Sam. Oh, Biden, Hillary. So, number 2. There's Biden with the crown. He's sad. Trump with the smiley face and the crown. Is that Kamala? Oh, there we go. How much is this? $16? Paperback. That's an expensive paperback, bro. There's a donkey. And of course, Kash Patel is the wizard. God, you be shitting me, dude. All right, y'all. I think we've done our part today. I think we've hollered at enough people. Melania and Hillary. Indoctrinating our children, literally. The people who cry about the indoctrination of children are the ones doing it. Movie? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a movie. Do you guys want to watch? You guys want to watch a movie? You guys want to watch like let's watch a random movie. We don't have to decide now. Let's find it. Let's go find a movie. I'm going to be in my Discord, guys. If you guys want to join my Discord, my Discord is right here.
Did you just see what the president...
Love you, Johnny. This is my link tree. If you want to join my Discord, it's the top link. Oh, then you're in. Come join my voice channel. Wow, my thing says I'm 35, guys. I've been lying to you. It's propaganda. I'm 37. Join my voice channel, and we will watch a movie, chat. I love y'all. I hope you guys have a wonderful... Thank you guys all for all of the support. Dune 2 sounds like a really good one, actually. I love you, chat. Smoochy Badoochies. Bye.